So I don't know how long this will go. I don't know what you guys will do, and I don't know if you have, quote, enough things that you will want to do to fill up anything. So this might just be an interlude, and if so, you guys will just get a Benny and nothing will happen. You guys might want to do enough stuff on your own time to necessitate having bennies and action cards, and so we'll have those as a precaution.
Sounds good.
There we go. So to that end, we have something super cool. So, being a seasoned character, you get 2 cards, and tell me if those went through for you.
Oh, neat.
Yep.
Oh, no.
So to the extent that we're going to play again,
Uh-oh.
if we play, since we might be off next week, you will keep those 2 cards. Those are your 2 cards for the next 2 weeks, assuming that that's what we do. Or we're just off next week. That's what we're doing. So, that said, to set the scene a little, give me a recap of what happened last week.
Okay. So last week we got into to Deadwood. We got through the storm. There's a storm that came. We got through it all. Also, there's a giant snake monster. Big giant snake monster. And then as is our custom, Utah was the one who got fucked the hardest by it.
Boy, did he.
Boy, did he.
Very
as
heroic.
usual, as on brand, Utah took it in the shorts. And then
you don't know that. He may have always been afraid of snakes.
And
it just took a 30-foot snake to just remind him of it.
I hate snakes. But there was this big snake, and it was a big snake. But good old Lodgkins was like, oh, I know exactly where its glowing weak point is. And he just one-tapped it. What a god. And then we got this snake, and then we got a whole bunch of, snake loot. And then we rolled into town.
Crazy magical snake loot.
Yep.
That Lodgkins would have told you is basically this not quite sacred but mystical story.
It's a mythical creature.
Yeah, basically. Mythical creature in both in his culture, right. and people would kill or basically fight each other for the chance to possibly kill it. So it's never even been seen. It's only been rumored to exist.
Yep, but we did it. And then we rolled into Deadwood. We were noticed that we didn't come down the main road because we went the long way around and we snuck in. But Utah managed to overcome his hideous appearance to talk us out of that situation.
The slight scar across his face.
Yes, right. Missing half of his face did not seem to be an issue. And then we're in Deadwood, and Deadwood's a very nice place, very nice, vibrant community. They have stuff. They got lots of stuff. Some nice hotels, some nice ladies. Also, there's a giant, massive tent city shanty town, and all there because Deadwood's like the only place around that's not gonna get you straight arrowed in the back by Sioux Nation bros. And everyone's here in a boom town looking for Ghost Rock in the Black and them there hills. Some hotels were.
Yep, and you had a sort of a sense of deja vu walking into the town.
Right. Mm-hmm. I feel like I've been here before.
That's right.
And then we rolled through town. We said goodbye to Robert Mueller. We no longer needed his services, and he was summarily dismissed. everyone just kind of started doing their own thing. Old Lodgkins went to go talk to the other native bro at the Office of Indian Affairs. He was a fucking liar, dude. Um, he
Just
was.
because he has an MBA from Harvard doesn't mean that he's a Weasley liar.
That's exactly what that means. That's a prerequisite. And then Utah went to go talk to some nice ladies. And he got a bath. It was great. We all got baths. It was wonderful. And then I went to go find somebody in a shanty town, in the shanty town tent city, to work on this magical mythic snake leather to make me some cool like boots and holsters and leather stuff, some kick ass like mythical snakeskin.
Yeah, and when you do that, since you are hardly the persuasive type, as a matter of fact, you are the anti-persuasive type,
No,
when
no, no, but
you introduce
I was,
yourself to the shantytown, you do it in a very growling and menacing way, as a matter of fact.
boy, I sure do.
So when you ask for directions in the tent city of, do you know how to, craft things out of this here leather, you do it in the less polite sense. To be clear, how abouts that went. But you did find a young Philip Green, who it was his original trade till he wanted to strike it rich out here in Deadwood. Everyone had a previous life till they came out here. Just to,
Yep.
to put the trappings on exactly how you go about
Yes.
finding
I
things.
don't. I don't exactly. Yes, I don't have quite the silver tongue. It's much more. I have an iron. I have iron on my hip, and gravel in my gut. Not a very nice person. But
You're the yang to Utah's yin there.
yes, most people will do things that I want them to more because they're ready to stop interacting with me rather than they want to help me. Which, I
So
mean, I can't blame them.
yeah. So um, anything else that strikes your memory?
Yeah, while we were walking through town while I was having my deja vu. I ran into a dude who I could have sworn I saw him. I just saw him, but I immediately knew his name and knew that he was a good person, and that's it.
That's right. And you knew his name. His name was Seth Bullock.
Yeah, I saw him and I immediately knew, hey, this is Seth Bullock. He's a good man. And I don't know why I knew that
That's right.
because I don't remember ever meeting him before. But I don't remember many things before I died.
Now, and you met him going into the hotel, or you saw him around town, but I think you decided to go and introduce him and ask for directions later because you could tell he was a marshal. He had a marshal's badge.
Right. Yeah. Well, when I saw him, it was weird, and then later on, it's like, oh, okay. Well, this guy's a lawman, so he should have a good idea about where things are in town. Because I was looking for a tanner. I wanted to find someone to work on my special leather.
Which is
And
not a euphemism.
Nope, it was not. It's actually special leather. We struck up a conversation. He addressed me by a name I don't know. Seemed to have me confused for someone else, but we kind of brushed it off. But I am intrigued by it, so I think that's what I want to do today.
All right. And this is Saturday, but on Friday.
Also, our horses are at the livery.
Yep, the livery, and it's definitely $1.50 a day. It's definitely $1.50 a day.
Yep.
Definitely not $5 a week, like I said. It's definitely $1.50 a day.
It was always that.
It was always that, and never not that.
We were always a light cleric.
Deadwood is deceptively expensive city. Turns out that when you're surrounded by this hostile territory and there's only one way into the area, and that's legal, and it's either an express train that's $100 to get in, or a very dangerous stagecoach, things get more expensive. So
it's like we're on the frontier.
It is like that, and possibly
the invisible hand guides it.
That's right. Who are you to argue with market forces?
I cannot. The market forces are the most holy and noble of all forces.
That's true. So yeah. So anyway, you all would have been very hard pressed to not know about the special edition of the Tombstone Epitaph that dropped on Friday, announcing the flood out west
Yep.
that leveled Los Angeles. Um, to the extent that you could, this would be at this point common knowledge. To the extent you don't know anything about Los Angeles, and you may well not know much about it.
Yeah, it was just a city out west that was
Actually,
on
give me a
the.
common knowledge
What's it
roll.
called?
Lost
What's
Angels.
no? What's the what's what California is called now?
It's actually
Called
it is the territory of California. Okay, so you do know a bit about Los Angeles. It is one of the there's two main territories or cities out in California way, and it was Los Angeles, and that would be in the present area. Well, none of its present area,
because
Los
it's all
Angeles.
underwater.
Right, but it would be in the same general location as Los Angeles, except appropriately east because the west coast literally fell into the ocean.
Right.
But in the general vicinity. And there's also Shan Fan, which would be the equivalent of San Francisco, again, appropriately east on the coast.
Right.
What little you know, since that is not an area that you have traveled and would recall with your, amnesia, and would not have traveled that way with Lodgeskins, is just that it is a city out there, and that it is one of the two main cities. What you have gathered here is that it is completely leveled, and you're free to read that the Tombstone Epitaph.
Mm-hmm.
And it is a shock. There's
Yes.
people are very troubled to read and hear about this. And then you hear, of course, that part of the reason it was leveled is the flood, but also the rumblings of the increase in the rail wars. So again, you don't need to. Actually, you would need to know about the because of your amnesia. Give me another common knowledge roll.
Okay. Rail War 2.
Yes. So you'll obviously know what's there. I'm just seeing if you would have. All right. So this is just sort of like passing knowledge. Because the rail wars, especially in the Midwest, have sort of scarred the Midwest. And especially in the areas that you and Lodgkins have traveled. Now, traveling with Lodgkins, you would not have traveled by rail, but you would have seen the scarring of it. And in the absence of, and in your timeline, you experienced, in this current Morgana effect, there is a CSA again. But ignoring that for the time frame, even in the presence of that protracted civil war and everything else, the rail barons have sort of filled the void of the Midwest, and they actually literally have spats and fights. But about 5 to 10, between 5 and 8 years ago, it was much bloodier, and there was much more open warfare between the rail barons, like in open streets. And there was a big battle in Colorado. You don't know much about it. You weren't there for it, and obviously you don't have much memory that far back. But people, you've seen the wreckage. You've seen, that's why there's armed guards at certain rail depots around, even in cities like Denver, right? They have armed areas around each of their rail depots.
Right.
So the fact that they're talking about the Rail Wars 2 heating up is got everyone on edge between a big flood knocking a major city.
Yeah, like the individual rail barons and railway lines are almost like sovereign entities.
Yes, out here in the West. Yeah.
Yeah, out here.
The Union presence, and in this timeline at the moment, the CSA presence is very weak. Well, out here in the Sioux Nations, it's completely null and void. Right. But even in the Midwest, it's functionally weak, right? That's why no one accepts paper money, right? That's why everyone doles out either literally pays in ghost rock or pays in gold and silver coin.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because there's no
paper money's discounted at almost 20% discount.
Oof.
Yeah, people just don't want the money. It's also because of the debt, because of wars. The printing press is on, right? So there's inflation on printed money. So this is
Right.
like common some of your just atmosphere,
Yeah.
but like this is what
In this
people are
timeline,
on
like
edge.
the
The
Union and
town is on.
CSA are they're too concerned with each other.
Yes. For what it's worth, to give you another backdrop in case there's another Morgana effect, and there will be at certain depending on what's convenient. Even when the CSA is gone, the protracted and brutal war on the Union when there is no CSA and the Union won, there's just America. It was even bloodier in that time, and that they're trying to do the new restoration of the South, right? And
Right.
they just don't, and they've again, this is even higher inflation, right? They just don't have the money to really send goods and really military and people out west to tame the West. So the West is basically salutary neglect, for the
Mm-hmm.
lack of a better phrase. So the rail barons get away with it for the same exact reasons. So it doesn't really matter which timeline we're in. I'm just giving you the backdrop of which one you're in.
Right.
So yeah, the people are on edge. Now, in Deadwood, you hear them whispering just more about their concerns for their family back home. Like many immigrants, though you get an immigrant feel out here. These are all citizens. There's people, of course, immigrants that come from other countries and stuff because Deadwood is such a rich, vibrant ghost rock mining town. But because it almost feels like you're leaving America to come here onto the Sioux Nations, and you functionally are, they're more worried about their families back home. Right? There's people that come from out east, but there's plenty of people that come from the Midwest and the West to come out here and send their money home, and they're worried. So everyone's on edge. And with that, what would you like to do on your Saturday, July 17th?
Well, I would like to go. I probably haven't. Yeah, I've got this free time. I kind of want to follow up on that dude,
Seth Bullock.
Seth Bullock, Mr. Bullock. Yeah.
Mr. Bullock. All right. Well, you'll find him down on Main Street. What time of day would you like to try and find him, basically? Would you try? I mean, you can
Probably.
try and find him at the marshal's office, but I mean, he won't be
Yeah,
there. Basically, you'll see him.
I probably
You'll actually
do
find
like
him. Mhm.
I probably do in the morning time, and then I would yeah, I'm gonna because I want to find him like probably in the morning, and then just hey man, when you get a free minute, can I talk to you?
Sure. Well, you'll actually catch him in the morning. You'll see him moseying over to the Grand Central Hotel, and it looks like he's going to be settling down for breakfast and a sip of coffee.
Okay.
And if you go over and do that, he'll look you over and he'll look at you and he'll actually gesture at the seat.
I'll take a seat.
And this is the man that you are sitting across from, a
Damn,
rather
that's
young man.
It's an impressive mustache.
Yep, this is a real historical figure. So I went.
Damn.
He says, "Morning."
Mr. Bullock.
Yes. What can I do you for today?
Well, sir, pardon this may sound a mite strange, but I think I know you.
Go
Or
on
at
now.
least
And he puts
or
down
at least
he sets down his copy of the Tombstone Epitaph on the side of the table.
I can't quite explain it, but I can't quite escape it either. When we met the other day, I knew your name, and I knew you were a good man. And you called me by a different name that I don't recognize. And I find that awful strange.
Now you're still in your full goggles. You don't really have your face showing still, right?
Right.
And he looks at you and he goes, "Well, now, I'm gonna be honest with you. Your voice sounds a mite familiar. If you do me the kindness, I wouldn't mind taking a gander at you. I don't know why you have all of that about you.
Well,
You smell as if you've been drinking all night.
how busy is this place? How crowded is this
It
place?
is a bit. I mean, the Grand Central is like I described before. It does not appear that Aunt Lou was lying to you. She does appear booked. There are plenty of
Right.
people coming in, even just for breakfast.
Okay. Well, I wear this mostly as a precaution. It's rough out there on the trail, and I won't lie to you, I ain't much of a looker. But I'll pull down the bandana.
All right.
Now,
Well,
so I'm dead, and the reason that besides the fact that I'm dead,
mhm.
the reason that I'm wearing the bandana is because my face is all like stitched up, basically. Like it's a real bad look. I'm visually I'm me,
Mhm.
but like there's a lot of damage there.
I thought you only had the hanging scars.
So I have yeah. So
Oh,
I
you
just have
certainly
the
have those, but I thought you only
so
had those.
I just have the hanging scar that won't go away.
Hmm.
And then that doesn't go away forever.
Hmm.
Um, but the one I guess the reason I took ugly as one of my major hindrances
Hmm.
is that basically like a bunch of the skin on my face was like gone.
Hmm.
So I've got like grafts and I've got like staples and
Okay.
scar and like
Oh, that's fine.
yeah.
And he'll look a bit. He'll flinch a bit, but then he'll look under. He says,
So yeah, glasses up, bandana down. I'm trying to be as discreet as possible so nobody else sees
"Yeah,"
me.
and he'll look about and he goes, "Son of a bitch, it's you, Jericho." He says, "You can." He says, "If you feel more comfortable, you can put it back up." He says,
Uh,
"Now I don't."
I will.
Yeah.
Sorry you had to see that.
He says, "No, I appreciate you feeling comfortable enough to share, but," he says, "I don't know what to tell you, but and I don't know what happened to you, but I know you as Jericho Crate. You used to be a deputy here in Deadwood a few years back. Mighty good
I'm
one."
just gonna sit there and just kind of think for a bit. Well, it's the damnedest thing, sir. I don't rightly recall anything past when I woke up.
He says,
I
says,
how familiar are you with the Harrowed?
he says, "Well, you aren't the first. Wild Bill Hillcock and I go back a ways, so there's that. Actually, you would know him as well too. I don't suppose you
Mm-hmm.
recall that.
The what?
Wild Bill Hillcock." And he looks at you. He goes,
Is this a me or
"That's
is this a me as a
it's
me
it's to
or
both of
a
you actually,
character?
both of
Oh,
you."
okay. Um, the name sounds familiar, but
So
that's Jeremy saying that.
so no,
John doesn't know.
so in this case, he looks at it and he goes, "All right." He says, "Well, this is how we, as a matter of fact, it's how we met." He says, when I guess we first came to Deadwood, Wild Bill was shot, not but a bit up the street at the let me get the name for you. The Nuddle and Man Saloon, shot in the back, killed. And when no one stepped up, and I started investigating the murder, and you actually stepped in to assist, and it became clear that you had a background in law, and I accepted it. But anyway, to go back to your experience, Wild Bill kind of rose back up himself. So yeah, we both would have had some experience with that, and I'm might troubled and can't say I'm sorry to say that you are cursed with the same affliction.
Well, I can assure you that I have I am cursed though I may be. I I do my best to keep it in check. But that's all I remember is waking up, waking up, uh, hanging from a tree.
Oh, I don't. Bill always had all his memories, so I've never That's a very different experience. Um,
I was the the Jesus, the engine fellow I was with, he was the one who found me, and we've been traveling together ever since. But I
well,
don't rightly remember much of anything before then.
well, if you don't remember anything, what brings you back to Deadwood at all?
Well, my friend old Lodgkins, he had a we were down in Coffin Rock dealing with some troubles over there and interacted. We had a the that town's preacher. He trussed up some kind of earth spirit like a Christmas ham and was doing all kinds of awful stuff with it. But after we took care of them, old Lodgkins had a vision, one of his spirit visions of something happening in Deadwood, near Deadwood, later this year, and we got here as fast as we could.
Don't know much about that. I try and stay out of the native business. I stick to the town, and can't say there's many natives in town about it. Um,
Yeah, I leave all that spiritual vision quest stuff to the old man, but he's been good to me, so I'll do what I can to help him.
I'm happy to happy to hear you seem to be still trying to help people. Um, I guess whatever happened down in Dodge City didn't turn out that well.
What happened to Dodge City?
I don't rightly know. Um,
Well,
about well, yeah, I guess it's almost 2.5 years back, but about a year after you were helping me. Um, you were doing such a good job here, it didn't make sense for you to stay deputy to me. And with the Earps leaving out of Dodge City, there was a sheriffship come up. Usually it's elected, but the judge down there was reaching out. No one wanted to take the position, understandably. The Earps have big shoes to fill, and everyone was a bit nervous. And I recommended you, and you took it. And I honestly hadn't heard anything since. And damn near 2.5 years ago at this point.
well, that's I guess that's the next thing I'm going to have to check out or investigate before while I'm trying to figure things out. But I do thank you for speaking with me. Uh, if maybe maybe seeing you might bring more of my memory back. So if you need any help around town, I would be I'd be inclined to assist.
Well, I can't say that I normally would be opposed to it, but there's a there's a little bit of trouble with that. Uh, there's a bit of politics to play in town. So I can't rightly put you back in a. I can't rightly name you a deputy again. I already have a deputy Jacob, and politics kind of bar me from putting too many more deputies. Or honestly, you make a fantastic deputy, but if you were to keep an eye on some things, I can't pay you, but I can't say that I could stop you, and I know you're quite good at your job.
Yeah, well, we'll be looking for work while we're in town until we can figure out the old man's vision. But I would be inclined. I mean, you've been so helpful to me. I'd be inclined to reciprocate as best I can.
Well, if I hear anything or if I have any work for you, I'll let you know. But like I said, I'd love to deputize you, but I know that the powers that be would be mighty upset if I even had a second deputy on the payroll. Less about the money and more about looking like I'm mobilizing the law against everyone. Um, Al Swearingen and his gang would already be up in arms about it, let alone Chinatown and a few of the other forces at bay. But with everyone on edge, best to keep things calm as it is, and I'm afraid that having more deputies would only antagonize some of them. That said, you're always good with some of the minorities around town, being one yourself. I mean, you could always keep an eye maybe on the southern side around, with Deadwood Dick and his boys, or maybe even parts of Chinatown. We always split that that route, but the Chinese always seem to be a little bit warmer to you, maybe because you're not white. Um, I just keep an ear to the ground. Basically, just try and keep people calm. If you hear anything, see anything more agitated, just come and get me.
Well, sir, I'll do all I can. I don't want to don't want to make your job harder, but I'll certainly
Just
keep my ear to the
just try
ground.
not to shoot anybody. And if you see anyone trying to shoot anyone else, try and shoot their gun hand if possible. But make sure you keep anyone from killing anybody. That's all I try and do every day.
Pretty much same.
I'm good to see things haven't changed too much, Jericho. Or should I call you Jericho? What are you going by now?
I mean, the only name I've known is John Smith, but I
Should I
like the
call you
sound of
that?
Jericho.
I can
I
call you
like
whatever you like.
well, these boys know me as John, but if you know me as Jericho, you can call me that, please. I kind of like it.
All right. Well, Jericho it is. And he reaches across and shakes your hand. He kind of whispers and he says, I'll keep up the facade of your drinking, but I know how it is. Same thing happened to Bill afterwards.
Much obliged.
He said, you can get as much booze as you need. It's cheap enough here in Deadwood. Everything's expensive except the booze.
Sounds like my kind of town.
He said, and then he also, while he has you there and whispering, he says, now, I don't know how long you and your friends are staying, but he points at the paper and he says, everyone's on edge. If you keep your heads down, Deadwood might get a mite calmer. With Custer out in the east, I've heard that the Union's mobilizing some forces to go and apprehend the little squirt. He's been terrorizing the Sioux on the eastern side of the lands, but hopefully the Union will come in and apprehend him and put him back in prison soon, and everyone will go back to being calm, as it were.
Well, sir, I'll still do my best to keep things from boiling over here. And then, just
And
if you ever get, I wouldn't mind talking to you again later on. Maybe
yeah,
hear some more about myself.
said absolutely. And he tips his hat and he calls over one of the girls. It's May again. He says, May, I'd like an order, 2 orders of bacon for my friend here. That's on me. And he puts the money down. He says, now Jericho, I gotta get my round started this morning, but feel free to stay and have breakfast on me. He says, if he wants any more breakfast, especially the meat, I'm good for it. And May says, yes, sir. And then he says, Jericho, and he gets up and heads out.
I'll tip my cap. Cool. I'm gonna eat some bacon. Delicious bacon.
Yeah, he knows that he knows exactly what's up with the Harrowed.
Yeah. He's pretty same team. Nice.
Yep.
My man.
So that's a pretty early morning for you. So, but
well, I think yeah. I mean, I'll eat up or whatever. I guess I'll look around for. So I'll probably just kind of start wandering around. When you said Chinatown, it seems kind of interesting.
Sure.
But I might go. I think what I want to do. So first, we have to find some way to make money. So that's the first thing. We got to figure out a way to make money.
Yeah. Yeah, he doesn't really have any odd jobs for you. There's not really any bounties going on here, at least
Right.
from his law perspective, right? Or he would have mentioned it.
Right.
Um, so yeah, what would you like to do? You want to check out Chinatown? You want to?
So Chinatown is Chinatown, and the south side of Deadwood is more like the the people who look like me side of town.
Well, there's a park there. So the
Okay.
Woolly Buffalo is run by Nat Love, also known as
Mm-hmm.
Deadwood Dick, and yeah, he caters. It's a black bar basically.
Okay.
He owns it and runs it, um, and it caters very specifically to black minors in the population.
Okay. I think I'm gonna go there.
Sure. I
I'm
mean,
gonna head to the Woolly Buffalo.
yeah. So I
And
mean, it won't. You won't see it being
I guess
too popular. Mhm.
it's still early in the day, right?
Yeah, it's pretty early. I was gonna say you
I think
won't see it.
I might do Chinatown first, then come back.
Sure. Well, you'll see Chinatown is like a very. I don't actually. I guess it's unfair to say it's a very stereotypical Chinatown. Have you ever been to San Francisco?
I haven't been to San Francisco, but I have been to a Chinatown.
Well, I've been to several
Not like a full
Chinatowns.
blown,
So
more like New York City type.
I don't know if I've been to New York's Chinatown. I have been to San Francisco's Chinatown, and it was the most Chinatown I've ever been to outside of China. Like fish market, like fish out there, like it is hardcore. Like you are instantly surrounded by like walk. It feels like you're walking into Little China. Because I've been into like some glorified Americanized Chinatowns, and it is not that. So once you start heading towards the Iron Dragon train depot, it becomes very Chinese very quickly. Um, it's not that no one comes over here because there are opium dens. So non-Chinese come over here plenty. It's just that you see the majority of the Chinese population. And again, it's upwards to 30% of the Deadwood population is Chinese. Like it is a significant portion of the Deadwood population is Chinese.
Okay.
Um, they just tend to stick to Chinatown. So you're going to see just a lot of different markets. There's going to be not really a fish market, right? There's going to be some from lakes and stuff. It's not that there's no fish around here, but there's going to be open meat markets, people peddling, like just open podiums peddling stuff and kind of calling out Chinese to like haggle with you. There's going to be um, opium dens, a few of them, and there's going to be a few other buildings, but it's going to be a lot more shacks and stuff. They haven't put up as many. It's going to look like a mirror image of this area. There's going to be a mixture of real buildings and also tents, but there's going to be more aggregated, so there's a mixture of tents and physical buildings put together rather than any specific area where it's all buildings and then tents off to the side. It's haphazard tents and physical structures all together.
Hmm. Okay. Well, yeah, I think I'm just gonna like wander around, take a look at things, check stuff out. Like not, I guess not exactly patrol, but kinda.
Just remember, when you network, you do it in the intimidating method. So,
Yes, I do.
so
I do it. I do it like
if you do networking, you will do it from like you'll be doing the Batman. You answer to me.
yeah.
So
I would do the come up with some kind of like a say friend. Where's a fella can make a buck around here? And then someone's like, "Oh, what? I don't ask twice." What?
what?
No
Kind of just show
shit.
them the gun. Um,
I don't like it. Showing him the gun is such amateur hour. I go by presence alone. I wear a bandana over my mouth, and people don't have to ask me again. People don't ask me to repeat things. That's the kind of presence I have.
so you see people just coming in and out. You are noticed just because of just you do have a presence about you. So
Yeah.
people still kind of get out of your way right? You don't have to make your way through or ask people to move or excuse me, any of that.
Hmm.
Um, but unless you kind of have a place to go, you just kind of meander. Unless you want to kind of go in and shop, you kind of just meander. Just to kind of like get a lay of the land, if that's what you're trying to do. Like you can just do that.
Yeah, that's why I think just
Yeah.
get a lay of the land. See what kind of. I mean, I'll see what kind of meat sellers we've got.
Oh,
Right.
you're gonna get like some good. They have some good choice meats. Actually, I would say give me a notice roll for spending some time out here.
Okay.
Um,
Easy.
so you do sort of notice. Um, actually, before I do that, let me see what you notice.
I'm already dead, so I don't have any problems eating bats.
Well,
I guess could I be a
okay.
carrier?
Um, you probably. I mean, you already just give out poison anyway, but it's not
True.
pestilence, I suppose. Um, you after about an hour or two, because you're just meandering, you sort of notice a few people tailing you, but trying not to be seen tailing you.
Okay. Well, I think I'll just keep going, and I'll try to notice. I'll try to not noticing them tailing me.
Mm-hmm. Actually, I should. Um, give me a stealth roll to see if they notice that you are picking up on that.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, they don't seem to like. I don't think they've picked up on the fact that you are. You are still. You're not. Well, or actually, do you want to lose them or not?
No, what I want to do is I want to
With that
draw
stealth roll, you
them.
could also lose them. So
Right. I don't want to lose them. I want to basically like draw them into an alley, so they're like draw them a bit away, and then I want to turn and something I can help you with.
okay. So you turn down an alley and you kind of wait, I guess, right? Is what you turn around and just sort of wait until they kind of come
Yeah.
around. All right. So you turn and it's two men and a woman, and they just turn and they kind of just stop. How much of a distance were you waiting so that they kind of turn the corner and then like run into you?
So if we're thinking like this is like an alley between two buildings or something with like
Yep.
some like
It's going to be a
crates and
mixture of
stuff or
tents
whatever.
too, but it's going to
Yeah,
be
yeah.
so there'll still be some people around, but yeah.
So I think basically the idea I want to go for is just as soon as they turn in and once they're kind of committed to going into this alley, I just want to uh so probably like maybe not quite arm's length, maybe socially distanced.
Okay. Um. So they'll turn the corner, and then they'll just kind of stop and freeze and almost sort of wide-eyed at you, and then they'll just like sort of deer in headlights. They weren't expecting you to confront them or be there or any of this, and they all kind of just like you'll see them kind of like turn the corner and then like so you say something I can help you with,
Something I can help you with, folks? It's not polite to follow somebody.
and so there's a momentary phrase, and then the woman speaks up like, "What are you doing here?"
I was about to ask you the same thing.
Well, we live here. What are you doing here?
Going for a leisurely stroll. A man can't stroll.
You you don't belong here. Why are you here?
I'm new in town. I'm looking I'm exploring my surroundings. Sampling your fine vendors.
And she looks. Like, you haven't bought anything.
Just browsing.
You haven't stopped and looked at anything. You just walk.
Yes, I do just walk. And then when I see something that interests me, such as 3 people following me, then I'll stop and take a look.
You need to be careful, she says, and she just motions the other two. She shrugs at them, and they start backing away.
Now. We don't want to get too, let's not escalate this past a point we'd be comfortable with. I was simply asking you a question.
You should just be careful. And then she just keeps pointing at you, but she's walking away. She's not like coming at you or anything.
I'll do my best.
And they kind of grumpily start walking away. And like looking over their shoulder, but clearly walking away this time.
Okay.
And so if you keep watching them, you'll see them sort of blend into the crowd and sort of like eventually like turn the corners and leave. And then like they're walking away, and then she thumps one of them, like one of the other guys, off the top of their head, and like this. She like points at them and like clearly blaming one of the other two for their like they did it.
It's their fault.
Yeah, it's their fault.
Okay. Well, I think I'm gonna continue walking around. Yeah, I'm gonna be on the hunt for some tasty meat.
Oh yeah, you're gonna pass a few different people like peddling like some deer. There's some wolf.
I'm looking for in particular preserved meats.
Oh yeah, you're gonna find lots of
dried,
that.
salted, sausage, that kind of stuff.
This is a much better end, honestly. The Chinese have way better curated meats in general.
Wonderful.
Like the main part of town, like the American side of town, we're just gonna try and sell you like steak, right? The Chinese side of town is gonna sell you like huge lengths of meat. Right? They're also going to sell you like the full things like hooves and eyeballs and all the rest.
Yeah,
sure. But they're also going to sell you like huge flanks of meat and be like, here, meat, right? Like they're not going to like, you know, the Westerners are always going to be like delicate sensibilities of like, here's this cute little filet mignon, and they're like, yeah, dude, I want the big chunk of meat, please. Yeah, they're going to have like huge hanging pieces of meat that are available. Yeah, you're going to find lots of vendors that will do that for you.
I have been to H Mart before.
Yes.
It's a wonderful time.
Yeah.
Actually, this is more of a setting question, GM question. Do our eyeballs meet?
Yes.
Does that qualify?
Yes.
Oh,
literally the
God.
animal. Yep.
God damn.
Carrion, man. You can eat any of it.
I can just chow on fucking pig's feet and chicken feet.
Yeah. Good old Southern chitlins, man. Get in there.
I just love the idea of a dead man crawling up a wall and then just eating, like having like a mason jar full of eyeballs he's eating. Like, what are you guys up to? What the fuck is this? What in God's name?
Yeah, eyeballs still meat.
But yeah, no, I'll try and I'll find some. I mean, well, look up. But let's talk prices for some curated foods. Some cured meats.
All right. Well, you're. Let me see what the meat prices were. Didn't you find me like the bacon prices? Let's see here.
It was in the core book, or it was in the Deadlands book.
Bacon per pound was like 15 cents.
Like 15 cents, yeah.
Yeah. They're gonna like. I'm not gonna do it. They're gonna haggle with you. They're instantly gonna try and haggle with you, and they're gonna start with the white person price, right?
Mm-hmm.
The not Chinese price. So it's gonna start at like, I don't know, some crazy stupid number that makes no sense. Like the irritating number that like you're just mad.
I'm gonna intimidate them and be like, look, if you're gonna insult me,
like you're gonna literally waste like 45 minutes getting back down to 15 cents per pound. And it's like, I don't know if you enjoy that or you're irritated by it, but that's how long it's gonna take just to get back to the normal price.
Jesus.
But no, you can. Except this time, you can give me an intimidate to possibly get it cheaper. But I'm going to be forced to do it because that's the culture of everything.
Right.
Me, Travis hates it, but that's what happens.
Yep. We're gonna haggle for stuff and like, hey, here, this this
They're
I
gonna
don't
be
know,
like $1 per
this
pound. You're like, what?
this
Two
venison sausage
cents.
is $1 a pound. And I'm like, no, it's not. That's absolutely is not two. It's not $1 a pound. You're insane.
Yeah. Literally, I started with 1,000 won. They started with 1,000 won, right? That I know ended up being 20. Like I bought it for like 30. 30. They started at 1,000, and I had to like I just started walking. I was like, we can't meet in the middle. Like, they're like, no, no, no. What you say? And I was like, 5. They're like 900. 6. Like, I was like, what are we doing? And it took like 40 minutes, and I was able to buy the thing for at like 35, like 51 or something. But I was like, I hate this. I hate everything about it. I hate it. And I'm pretty sure that at 50 it's overpriced, but I don't care. I just want the thing so I can go. Please make it stop. Why did you
God
say
damn.
1,000? Why? Anyway, just give me your intimidation roll. I'm gonna make you do it. I'm gonna punish everyone else around me. All right, you succeed. You get it at 13 cents.
Look at that.
Congratulations, per pound.
But I don't want bacon. I want
I know. I'm using it as a
a
rough
deer.
estimate for other meat.
Yeah, deer sausage or something.
Yeah. You're just getting raw meat, man. Whatever. But
No,
you're
I
just
mean I want it cured.
yeah. You're getting some other meat.
Yeah,
Insert meat style here. I'm just using that as a
meat.
other meat.
Cool.
Actually, I would say that because it's cured, we're gonna go with like maybe
Yeah, it's gonna
it's
cost
like
more.
25 cents a pound, but then you got it at 20 cents a pound.
Yeah, sure.
Sure. Okay.
Cured meat.
There you go. But yeah. Chinatown's gonna be your jam, man, for this kind of stuff.
I'm in. I'm super in. Get a nice variety of meats. I'm in.
Yeah. So yeah, you can pass the day. You don't have any more run-ins with strange people in Chinatown.
Okay. Well, yeah, Chinatown's cool. I mean, I'm gonna just kind of meander my way around with my bag of deer sausage, with my bag of questionable sausages, and
Do you have any eyeballs you could throw in? They're like, what? I mean,
yeah, just
yes, we do, but
like a doggy bag of eyeballs.
I mean, yes, but that's
Look,
usually reserved for the Chinese. Like, no one else wants
well, look,
those.
look. Hey, I want to experience other
Yeah,
cultures.
it's like when in Chinatown, they're like,
Yeah,
okay.
broaden my horizons.
You probably made some Chinese person, like really happy,
Oh yeah, no,
right?
he
Like
gives
you're
me an
like,
eyeball. If he gives me an eyeball, I'm gonna eat it right there.
listen, that's gonna freak. Like, wait, we cooked those. It's like,
Oh well, that's you know what? It's kind of a weird texture. All right, so how do you cook them?
he's like, what? All right, so you're good.
Huh. Okay, cool. All right, neat. I got my meats and my eyeballs. I'm good.
Mhm.
Okay, well everything's cool in Chinatown. I probably just wander. Yeah, I mean, I'll spend most of my day there.
Sure.
There's plenty of stuff to do in Chinatown.
All right, give me another notice roll.
Chinatown's the bomb, man. I love Chinatown.
You definitely notice there are more people tailing you, but at a much farther distance.
Oh, okay.
I should technically roll, but I don't think I'm going to beat. Um, nope. Not with a non-wild card.
Okay. I'm just gonna turn around and look at him.
They scatter.
Okay, well nothing looks too like bad or crazy. I think I'll probably just go back into Deadwood proper. I guess there's not like a job board or anything in Chinatown, is there?
Um, I mean, if there is, it's going to be in Chinese.
True. Got me there. Yes, I guess Deadwood proper then.
All right. Well, we're at two. What is there anything else you'd like to do? The answer could be no, right? And we could like put a pause on your session for a little bit, and that's fine.
I mean, just I'm cool with just like exploring the area, seeing what kind of stuff there is to do.
Sure.
I mean, it's later. Once we get later in the day, I want to hit up that Woolly Buffalo. That sounds like a cool place.
Sure.
But
So
I mean, beyond that, I mean, I would go like I can go wander around like all these. I'm sure all these like realistically, if we're looking for work, then we're probably gonna find. I mean, we can probably find something with all these maybe some of these like stores, maybe some of these like there's all these mining crews that go out in the hills.
mhm,
Probably wouldn't hurt to have like some muscle protecting you.
mhm.
I assume if you're gonna find work, it's probably something like that.
That is a pretty good assumption. Yeah. Uh, but yeah, that would be a pretty good start. So it's up to you. But yeah, you can check out the Woolly Buffalo.
Sure.
So I mean, it's gonna be the pretty cool saloon, and it's gonna be of your people. Like it is a black bar, man. Um,
Um,
it's gonna be noticeably different than a lot of the other places you go because it's gonna be catering very specifically um, to African Americans, right? Like, ain't gonna be anybody else really gonna particularly feel welcome in there. But it's not really doing anything else. Like there's no rowdiness or anything. Just people finally feeling capable of laying back and having a drink and feeling like they can actually have a drink without being, prejudiced.
well, I like it. I'm a big fan.
Sure.
I mean, I can hang around here and talk to guys and see if they see what kind of work there is around town.
Sure.
I'm sure these guys know stuff.
Yeah. So what you're going to be catching here, to sort of round around town, like most of them will be mostly get a whiff of you and be kind of, friend. You're gonna actually. So you're gonna need to get me persuasion rolls.
Okay.
I, I know you're very bad at this, so you're gonna be at what, like a -6 to this
Oh God, that's true because of the.
because of the status, plus your -2 for being harrowed, plus another -2 for your
Yeah,
ugly.
it's not great.
Do you want to spend anything else for that?
I mean, what's the point?
Okay. Um.
I'd have to roll. I'd have to roll. God, what would I have to roll? I'd have to roll like a fucking 12. I have to.
Yeah.
I have to roll a 6 and a 4,
Yeah. Yeah.
or 2 4s and a 2.
So you're gonna have some trouble. So even though you're in the right spot, people aren't gonna be very forthcoming with you. So they're gonna be polite, but no one's really gonna be um, particularly talkative. So it's not that they're just gonna be a mite suspicious. So you're still coming off kind of weird. I mean, you got this on. I mean, they could tell by the color of your skin that you're black, so you're not gonna be aggressively run out, or the music's not gonna stop when you walk in. But it's
Right.
kind of close, if that makes sense, right? Because you're still weird, and you smell bad. You smell drunk coming in. You're not acting drunk, right? But you smell like a drunkard. You try and strike up conversations and blend in, but you instantly sort of feel again alone and left out. even though this was supposed to be the bar that is yours. So, a few people kind of give you the quick talk even at the bar and whatever, but they kind of find an excuse to quickly bail out of the conversation and whatnot. Here's what you do get. You do get, people are mining, people get up there, they're doing okay, and they kind of stick to themselves, but they don't seem to need much work, or they don't seem to want much work from you. They got enough, they got enough posses for themselves to keep and they got enough of their own muscle for what the work that they got.
Okay. Could I take the tack of maybe like doing the telling stories about what we've been up to? Basically, I want an excuse to use intimidation without like pissing people off, but more or less using like more or less flexing.
Let's see.
Like,
I think the answer is yes.
Okay.
Give me a way that you can sort of slyly get that in there, though.
So, something along the lines of like, I hear there's all kinds of, I hear there's some, it's pretty dangerous up in them hills. What's the, you guys ever shop at a church full of white folks? Something like that.
So that one,
or you guys ever deal with like bandits or whatever? Because I've had to deal with a couple in my day.
All right, so give me your intimidation roll.
Okay.
So you are starting to pick up on some of that, and it is coming off more of like, what is this? So you came off with the first one, trying your angle before, and so you kind of flex the other direction, and you sort of hear like you sort of get some eyebrow raises sort of hearing your stories, and so they don't really know what to believe anymore about like, well, I mean, they see you, but they're like, and they kind of just, and someone kind of comes up and say, look, mister, we try and keep a low profile here, right? Like, we got a good thing going. Like, people generally leave us alone, and you look like you can take care of yourself, but you might be better off. Like, the kind of work that you do might be better off with Al Swearingen in the gym theater. You look like some hard muscle. People generally leave us alone as long as we stick in a pack. But I mean, honestly, you look like you do a bit harder lifting than we're used to.
Okay, fair enough. I always try to look out for my folks first.
No, I'm not saying we don't appreciate it, but I don't know if we want that kind of. I'm not sure we want those kinds of looks. Not that you're not welcome here. I just meant for the kind of work.
Oh yeah, sure, of course. Oh, I mean, yeah. Look, hey, that's cool, but we're all having fun here, no?
Yeah. We're not kicking you out of the bar. I just meant,
no.
I don't know if we need any of that kind of muscle, because the way things have been going here, if we stick to about the right sizes that no one. If we band up too much, people start looking for trouble. If we go out by ourselves, it feels like the easy pickings. We found about the right sizes that people are just might nervous enough to mess with us, but don't think that they need to kind of buck up to us. You look like you can handle yourself, but honestly, out here it might invite trouble. But honestly, Al Swearingen looks like the kind of work that he hires all sorts of bodyguards, and he doesn't care about what you look like.
Okay, well, I appreciate the info. I'll go look him up.
Now he's over at the gym theater, friend.
Thanks, friend.
And he just kind of
okay. Yeah, I mean.
But you have opened up a conversation. People are no longer really ignoring you the same way.
Right. They just think instead of being just a weirdo, I'm the weirdo who can beat everyone's ass.
Well, and they realize that you're just like an awkward guy with, like the sort of like not an outlaw type, but the big bruiser type. So
Right.
yeah,
Muscle.
yeah. Or they still rather you be on their side. They just don't want you
Right.
out in public too much, inviting trouble. You
Okay.
know how,
Well, I mean,
unironically, you know how it is. If there's too many black guys in a room,
right. Yeah, I know.
the
I know
white
how
people
it
get
works.
nervous.
If
So
there's, if there's, if there's, if there's, yeah, if there's, if it look like there's enough for them to do something, then everyone's gonna get nervous.
kind of.
Yeah.
And unfortunately for you, you look a bit too good at your job. So yeah,
It would invite challenge.
a bit.
Okay. Well, I mean, if it's, I'll probably just hang. I mean, I might either go. I mean, what time are we looking at right now?
Well, you spent a lot of time in Chinatown. It's probably evening time or sunset-ish by now. Like
Okay.
it's kind of filling up for the day. People are coming in and just hanging out. Like,
Well, I think I might just chill here for the rest of the night. Go back and just kind of just take it in a bit,
sure,
and then go look up Al tomorrow.
sure, no sweat. Yeah.
John Jericho does not interact with many people of color, so he's on some level he's probably pretty happy with it.
Mhm.
He's probably happy to be in a place that has people who look mostly like him.
So yeah, I mean, otherwise you have a pretty good night. I mean, you can't get drunk, right? So you can
Right.
drink or be as social as you'd like and not actually get drunk the whole night.
Yeah, I can't get drunk, but I can at least I guess my mo when interacting with people as best I can is just listen to them.
Well, you're gonna find that this place isn't as rowdy as some of the other saloons. So people, have a good time, but they usually, are swapping stories, singing songs, certainly drinking, but and letting off steam. But they ain't as rowdy and as dumb as a lot of white folks tend to be.
Right. But yeah, I'm just gonna be here and drink it in.
So yeah, you have a good night. You start getting later enough that you might avoid trying to get the tug and maybe dip
Yeah,
out.
I'll head back. I'll head back like 10 o'clock ish.
So, and you have yourself a night. Out of curiosity, when do you plan to check on your leather, or are you just going to give it another week or something?
I mean, how long did he say?
He didn't, technically.
Okay. Yeah, I'll pop in the morning and just kind of.
Okay, it's not to pressure you. I just out of curiosity, so I didn't know if
Yeah,
you had a time in your head or not.
not really. I figure uh, out of character. I assume that this will all be done by the time we get back to playing like a normal session.
Sure, yeah. So you don't have to check on it if you don't want. It was just
But yeah, I mean it's a personal errand for me. It's not worth checking.
sure.
So yeah,
Um,
I can drop it in the morning.
okay. So yeah, you wake up. Your thing. Well, you wake up at some ass crack before sunrise, technically, right?
Right.
But
Yep.
whatever. You
True.
waste your time as necessary. We will assume that these other two characters are coming in and out as necessary. I don't know what they're doing.
Because they're also having their own side stories.
Yes, they're doing whatever they are doing. Insert things here. Anyway,
Yep.
so yeah, all right. If you want to go check on the tanner, you can go check on him in the morning. So you
Hmm.
meander over into the tent area and go knock on his tent equivalent, and you actually find that his tent is basically empty.
Huh. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go check his tent. I'm gonna look inside.
Yeah, it's like cleaned out.
Okay. Let's see. Is there anything in the immediate area as far as like supply, like, any kind of stuff like campfire stuff like that?
No, I mean he has neighbors. Like it's like tents next to each other, but there's nothing in his tent.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna start disturbing his neighbors.
Oh yeah. So I just want to make sure it's not like it's a lone tent or anything. So
Right. And
yeah,
there's I'm gonna disturb his neighbors.
yeah. So his neighbors are nearby, and they're like, so you can kind of knock on the immediate tent, and someone's sitting there, eating some beans out of a can, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and so he's like, he kind of looks up at you and kind of wide-eyed. So you're gonna ask where Philip is, and he's oh
Man, you seen Philip?
and your typical networking fashion, right? He's like,
Where? Yeah. Where is he?
uh, oh, you're looking for Philip? Philip? Yeah. Sergey came by and got Philip, and he packed up his things a few days ago.
Who got him?
Sergey?
Who's Sergey?
You don't you don't know who Sergey is?
Do I look like I know who Sergey
He
is?
like shrinks back, right? Like when you, he's like, I'm sorry, how long you been here?
3 days.
You, oh, I even, I just Sergey kind of just Sergey and all the Russians kind of own all this land and the tents and stuff.
Well, you know where I can find him,
They usually come and find you.
boy.
Sir, I really don't know, sir. I really don't know. Please, I don't. And he's
Do you
actually
know
starting to
who?
shake a little bit.
Do you know who would know?
Uh, and he yells over, and he yells over to like like the other side of Philip, says, "Hey, guy," and you hear a guy who's like, "Don't you involve me in this, Clyde." He said, "No, guy, do you know where to get Sergey?" He said, "Don't you involve me in this, Clyde."
Fellas, the sooner you tell me where Sergey is, the sooner you can finish your breakfast in
He's
peace.
and he's like, uh I Sergey's just around. Honestly, honestly, sir, I just if you have a tent, I'm sure Sergey will show up. Or if you're just around here, I mean, those Russian folks kind of stand out. They dress funny. And he's like looking up at you, just kind of
You just want.
he has not he. You shook him so bad he has a half spoon of beans, just hasn't moved. He's like,
All right then, I'll go find him. You finish your beans now.
"Yes, sir."
Thank you kindly, and I'll leave.
All right.
Gonna
And
find
then,
me
and
some
you hear
Russians.
as you're walking off, it's like, damn you guy, fuck you, Clyde.
I'm going to find me a Russian.
All right. Um, give me your intimidation because you're gonna have to do another set of networking.
Where is he? Where are the drugs?
You answer to me.
You answer to me. Oh no, I swear. Swear to me.
All right, just can't get over that. All right. Um, so you're gonna spend basically the rest of the day, right? And you're gonna get even with your raise, you're gonna get a lot of the answers, and no one's gonna know where the Russian is or the Russians stay, except they don't stay in the tent city and they sort of point generally over into Deadwood proper. And they all sort of say this like we think that they have a place in Deadwood, but we don't really know. And it said they usually come by and collect rent on Saturdays, so you kind of just miss them. And they all generally give you the same story. Um, of how long you've been here and how have you not met them yet if you have a tent.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, let's see. I guess I'm going to go into town and start asking people.
Okay. you gonna do it with your networking?
You know where I might find a Russian fella at.
Are you gonna do it the nice way or the not nice way? Is what I'm curious about.
What do you think?
Jesus Christ.
And here's the thing: like, I don't lay a finger on people, but for whatever reason, they're just guys scare the water out of them.
Well, you smell like death and fucking vodka anyway, right? Or whiskey.
Right. I'm looking to purchase some vodka. Where can I find some Russians?
Um. So you already spent most of your day there, right? Um. So, out of curiosity, walk me through where would you go in town to start your Inquisition? So this doesn't detract from your role. I just want to have an idea of, like in the tent city, you just kind of knock because they're houses.
Yeah, just like I just find people.
So you're just gonna walk up and down the street, or?
So I think I might go.
Because last time you did this in Coffin Rock, you already kind of knew people in Coffin Rock, so it was okay when you, like in Deadwood, you don't really know people.
Probably the saloon.
Which saloon? Give me a
Mint.
Mint gambling. Okay, yeah. All right. So you get over there, and you're gonna have a very similar reactions there. They don't really know anything, but you're gonna quickly be told that again. If anyone's going to know anything, you should go over to the gym theater.
Okay, well, let's go to the gym theater.
So, at this point, it's Sunday evening. All right, I need to make a note here to put the calendar back, or the starting calendar for everyone started on July 17th, July, Saturday. So, I'm going to go ahead and move the calendar for us. So, it's Sunday evening. And so you're going to step into the gym theater, and I'm going to bring up my picture of the gym theater, and it is a very different experience here compared to like the gambling saloon. So it is loud walking in. Mm-hmm. So I'm not going to make you re-roll. This is still going to be your initial thing coming up. But walking into the gym theater, it's going to be loud. It is going to be full of people. Coming in, it's a big building. Immediately coming in is all the tables, and it's going to be at full tables. There's going to be a bar to your right. But off, deep and to the left, it's almost like there's two buildings conjoined. So you have to. There's a dark, almost middle section where you kind of duck under, and then it's not like you're actually ducking, but there's like a second floor. But it's dark in the middle, and then on the left side you see more light, and there's like a big gathering of tables and a stage, and there is a burlesque show, a singular woman, but a burlesque style show going on over there. There's just cheering and raucous like laughter and roaring going on over there. So that's what you're stepping into, and there is stairs that goes up to a second floor. So you're going in there. Again, I'm not taking away your roll, so you still have your 13. But how would you go about sort of going about it in here?
Let's see. Well, I'd probably go to the bar first.
All right. So you go in there and get with the intimidation factor. So you know the bar's there's busy bar and everything. And you just kind of grumble, and then they kind of notice you and kind of come over and what's your, just, what can I get you? What's your poison?
Looking for vodka.
He looks, he says, all right, usually whiskey, but I mean, we got everything. And he starts digging under, and you come back with a thing of vodka and starts pouring you a shot.
Say, Mac, you know where I might find a Russian in here?
And he looks at you a little weird. He's a Russian in here? I mean, I don't think we got any ladies that have any Russian ladies in here. It's a
I'm looking for more
non-request.
of the gentlemanly persuasion. A
Oh,
fellow named Sergey.
friend, we ain't got any. We don't do men in here. Yeah, we could probably find you a boy. It costs
I'm
a little
gonna,
extra though.
I'm gonna lean in.
And he kind of leans
That
in.
ain't that ain't what we're talking about here. I'm looking for a man named Sergey.
So he looks genuinely confused.
And if I ever hear if I ever hear you offer somebody a boy again, it'll be the last time you do.
And he's like, I thought that's what we were talking about.
It ain't.
Apologies. All right. All right. So Russian men, Sergey. All right.
These Russians apparently own the land the tents are on, the tent city.
Oh, the Russians. All
Yeah.
right. Okay. I don't know all that much. I just hear that the Russians kind of own a lot of the tents now. They kind of bought them out from Al a while back. Um, that's all I know. So, what do you want exactly?
I need to find these men. I need to
Um,
find these men because they've taken something that belongs to me.
oh, you might need to speak to Al for that. Um,
Where's
he's
Al?
well, he's upstairs, but he's kind of busy at the moment. Could like, yeah, if you sit down for a bit, I'll send someone up to tell him that you need to see him. What's your name, friend?
John Smith.
All right. Does he know you or anything, or
I sure hope not.
okay? All right. Okay.
I don't rightly recall.
Sure. And so it's like, all right. He walks over to someone else and he's like, you be all right for a moment.
I will.
All right. He walks over and he there's another guy and he kind of talks up and he says, and you see the other guy go like, and he's like, so he's like, all right. You see him kind of go up the stairs and kind of so that the upper landing is open and it's just a bunch of rooms and you see him go up the stairs all the way around basically the front of the building and go into a room like knock and wait and then go like kind of crock in and talk to him for a little bit and then say something and come back down and they come back over to you and goes like he's like Al's real busy he's like can you come back some other time.
I'll wait as long as I need to.
uh I got the impression Al's busy for the rest of the night.
Uh, let's see.
And so if you're wondering, it's probably like, I don't know, 8 o'clock. It's not late. It's just,
Okay, so I mean it's nighttime.
yeah, it's nighttime. But it's not late. Give me a notice roll if you want.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, it's just 8.
Okay. Well, I mean, I guess I'll just leave a message. See
All
if I
right.
can come back tomorrow.
Okay. So what message do you want
You
to leave?
well, if you would leave Mr. Swearingen a note saying I need to saying I'd like to I'm new in town, I'd like to speak with him.
Are you like, well, that's it? All
I'm new
right.
in I'd like to speak with him about business opportunities.
Okay.
And finding some lost things.
All right. Sure. So you're gonna.
Okay, well,
All right.
I guess that dude's sufficiently cowed. And I suppose if there's nothing else to do, my business concluded. I guess I'll just head back.
Okay. So you're gonna give it a night at least.
I think so, yeah, and I'll just come back in the morning.
Okay.
It would be super awkward to have a confrontation at night and then get instantly conked out.
I see.
Very,
I see that you're.
very aware of my limitations.
All right. So you head back. You just do your sleep. What would you like to do with tomorrow morning then, or with your next day? That would be Monday the 19th.
I guess we ask around, do some more networking, see what folks know about Al, so I have a better idea of what to expect, and then go over there probably late morning.
Okay. Actually, so you can give me a smarts roll. Out of
Oof.
okay. This was to see if you had any memories sort of come back about Deadwood between all your kind of talking with. But so if you would like to spend a penny, that's what your smarts roll is affecting.
Okay. Yeah, sure, why not?
Okay. Just so you had an idea of what you're spending it on.
Not great. Okay.
Okay. So you're gonna go beat your neighbors some more the next day. You're now becoming the guy that's like showing him like, swear to me, tell me about this other guy.
This time I'm going to the neighbors around my tent, not the
Okay.
neighbors around Philip's tent.
Okay. Like, hey, tell me about Al Swearingen.
Tell me about Al Swearingen. Why does he wear the mask? Not working.
Uh-oh. Oh, +2 saves the day.
God
All
damn,
right.
it's so easy.
It's pretty hard to fail when you start having a +2. So, yeah, you kind of you start beating around the bush a bit, right? And in a less than polite way. And what you scrounge up is that Al's the owner of the Gem Theater. He has, like at least in the tent city, like he runs the best saloon in the area. He seems to just sort of know a lot of things and does a lot of business deals. He funds a lot of activities around the place, and he holds a lot of activities. So like whenever there's sort of like holidays or special events in Deadwood, they're usually held at the Gym Theater. That's what these people know.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess I'm gonna head over to I want to go to the Gym Theater, and I want to find
And they're all gonna be like, "Why are you so mean about this? We could have just told you."
Look, man, I'm not much of a people person. Okay.
You are not.
In a different way.
So you'll head back over, right? And it's open. It's a lot less populated on a Monday. Like basically, the miners all sort of head out into the hills.
Right. They're already mining by now.
Right. I mean, but it's open. That there's going to be people frequenting the establishment. There's so it's sort of the same people at the bar will be there, and they'll see you come in, and you are recognizable based on the way you dress.
Mm-hmm.
So they're gonna be like, oh, it's you, and then they'll kind of sigh and it's like, oh, and then you'll see him as like, all right, you'll hear him whispering, give me a notice. All right, so you'll hear them whispering, and you'll hear one whisper. It's like, "Go tell Al he's back again." And so you'll see one of them go back upstairs into the same room, and he'll come back down and says, "Yeah, Al's kind of busy at the moment."
Well, I'm awful sorry to inconvenience him, but I'm afraid that I have rather pressing business to discuss with him.
Well, why don't you just tell us, and then we can relay it to him.
If he has enough time to flap gums with you boys, he has enough time to. He should have enough time to see me.
How loud are you being?
I mean, I'm not being quiet.
So
I don't, I don't mean to come in his place and cause a ruckus, but he unfortunately is the only person in town who can appear to help me with this problem.
So when you start kind of bringing that up again, right? So he'll hear this, and you'll see a man step out, and you'll see a man step out, and he goes, "Just let him up. Just send him up my way." And you'll see this man, as a matter of fact. So I couldn't get a very good.
Oh, hey, look.
Yeah, I couldn't get very good historical photos of him.
Right, so you just have a picture of
Well, this is the actor that played him.
yeah, of what the hell is his name?
So they'll all just sort of sigh at
Ian
you.
McShane. That's what it was.
So they'll all just sort of sigh at you, and just point at a gesture at the stairs. It's like, well, you heard him.
Well, I thank you kindly.
You can make your way up the stairs, up to the left, back towards the front of the building, functionally.
Okay.
So as you knock in, basically it's a small, a bit long room, and behind it is him sitting at a desk, and he kind of just gestures. And he says, "All right, sir, what brings you in?"
Well, sir, I understand you are a busy man. I have, well, two things to ask you, and I'll be brief. The first, I was told you might know about a particular man named Sergey. That's a person I need to get into contact with. Jesus Christ. Son of a bitch.
I could have rolled it on my end, but I thought it'd be funner for you to see his notice.
Oh, it's way more fun.
So he's gonna, as soon as you start talking, he's gonna squint. He goes, "Sergey, huh? That sounds like a very Russian name. So you're interested in the Russians?"
My interest doesn't go too far, but I have reason to believe they have someone. They have something of mine.
Says, "Well, before I answer that question, I'd like to know the second thing you're interested in."
Well, this one's a bit less pressing, but looking for work in town.
Just any work, huh?
Well, I'm gonna be in town for a bit, and I heard you're the man to go to when things need getting done.
Really? Where did you hear that from?
Oh, around Tants, Chinatown, stuff like that.
Chinatown, huh? Wow. Might hear that my name around Chinatown, but that's fine. And he looks you up and down, and he looks at you, and he goes, "Well, I might be able. I'm not as useful on the front. That the Russians are a slippery bunch. That said, I can help you on the second, and I'll try and help you on the first. So I could always use an extra bit of help and bodyguards at the gym theater. We sometimes have extra people get a little too rowdy here sometimes, and we could always use a little extra help. So what would it say if we paid you something? And he looks you up and down again and goes, I was going to say 40 a month, but how about 50 a month?
Well, that seems fair. For what?
Just to make sure no one, to keep the peace.
Blessed are the peacekeepers.
That's what I like to hear. Now, as for your Russians, even I don't exactly know where they stay. They seem to move around town very oddly. Um, I think they have a room at the Grand Central, though I don't think they always stay at the Grand Central. And I can't tell when they always come in and out of the Grand Central. But honestly, ever since I sold them a lot of the lots of land out in a lot of the tent city, I haven't really cared. I mean, from all I can tell is they collect the rent off the tent city, and the tents were always a thorn in my ass. So, good riddance. So, what seems to be the problems with the Russians?
Well, I hired a man living in the tents to do a job for me, and he up and disappeared. And the only ones who seem to know anything about it would be the Russians.
All right. Well, I don't see him that often, but how about this? Next time I do see him, I'll make sure to send him your way.
Well, that's awful neighborly of you.
Now, you said it was Sergey? The only one I've ever talked to is Vladimir. That said, one Russian's the same as another, so whenever I talk to Vladimir again, or whoever the next one they send to me, I'll make sure to let them know that it was John Smith that needs to talk to him. Now, where are you staying, John?
Oh, I'm staying out in the tents.
Now that won't do. I bet you I'll be able to find you a place to stay more permanent than that pretty soon here. Would you like that?
Uh, I reckon I would. I'm here with pair of a pair of friends of mine. We're staying together.
All right. Well, and he reaches over and he says, "First things first." Oh, camera. Let's get you out here, and if you can start tonight, let's do it.
I suppose I can.
X. And then I said, I'll make sure I keep an ear to the ground on your Russians.
Well, thank you, sir, and thank you for seeing me.
All right. Been a pleasure. Give me a notice roll.
Notice. Hi, Ian.
And let's see here. What was your notice?
A 4.
Okay. No, your notice was a 5.
Oh, a 5. Yeah. Not quite 14.
All right. So you catch him sort of studying you very intently as you are heading out again.
Okay. What a swell guy.
But otherwise, yeah. But I think that's good enough for our mini session. Unless you had anything very specific you wanted to wrap up here.
No, I don't think so. I think that's a good stopping point.
All right.
Um, I got some information and got us a gig, got us a place to live. How
Soon,
productive.
but yes.
Got us some not tents. We can afford to
Yeah.
pay for our horses. And I got a week's worth of meat from Chinatown. Kick ass Chinatown.
So excellent. Cool. So now that we heard from John, let's tune in and see what Utah is up to with his time off this week. All right. So get me with that. I already asked Jeremy for his recap, but what's Utah's recap of what happened last?
You mean last full session that we had?
Yeah.
So in the aftermath of taking down the what was it, Ruby Fox or
Scarlet Fox, very
Scarlet
close.
Fox? Thank you. Yeah. Um, we started to we dug some holes. We tossed the bodies in the holes. We stayed up all night to make sure we could properly, bury and burn them. And we started making our way to Coffin Rock. Outside of Coffin Rock, we were met with one of the, I would say, patrolmen.
Deadwood.
Oh yeah, sorry, Deadwood, not Coffin Rock. Sorry, I'm literally looking at the Coffin Rock PC folder. That's why I was looking at
All
it.
right, no worries.
Yeah, Deadwood, right? And I managed to, I don't, at least persuade him to allow us, to send us on the right path. This was after we, by the way, were in a torrential downpour and fought a demon thing with a crystal in its head.
Mm-hmm.
Um, that was taken out quite easily by John and Lodgeskins. I'm also afraid of snakes now. And so
Yeah, you found a good reason to pass your fear checks. You so dismissively like, I won't spend a penny on that. Like, okay.
I mean, I wasn't. Let's be honest, buddy. At -5, there's a low chance I was passing that fear test anyway.
To be fair,
Even
there is for I was gonna say for everyone's edification. It's just you and me. There is an edge called guts that allows free rerolls on these things.
Yeah, it was still -5 though. I mean, that's really rough.
No, I agree.
But yeah, because of that, failed fear test, and now I'm deathly afraid of snakes. Just like Monty. And where was I? Okay, yeah. So we killed that thing. John took a bunch of its scales and stuff, and then we headed to Deadwood. After we were done with Deadwood, after we got past that patrolman, we entered Deadwood, and it's a bustling city. But it also has a lot of tent prop ups and everything. It's like there's a tent city section of it. So we went to the Grand Central Hotel and found out that rooms are like super expensive, and instead decided to set up our own tent.
With blackjack and hookers.
Yeah. Out there. I'm not sure specifically where we were going to pitch our tent, but in that general
you're just basically, this whole area is basically a bunch of hodgepodge of tents. So you're just generically out this way.
Right.
It's not you're not canonically in any specific spot on the map. You're just generally in this vicinity off the map.
And Utah doesn't know this, but for the most part, Lodgkins went just examining the general surroundings, trying to get his bearings for eventually in 2 months or a month or whatever we need to rescue these people from his vision. And then he also went to the I also still don't know this, but went to the Indian Affairs.
I
Office of
think
Indian Affairs.
I think everyone has agreed that everyone's filled each other in. I think
Okay,
that's
cool.
absolutely okay. No. Everyone's already on board with like everyone has filled everyone on
Cool.
everyone's events. So no, you do know this.
So went to the Office of Indian Affairs and chatted with what was his name?
Joseph Bearclaw.
That's right. That's right. I remember because bear claws are delicious.
Mhm.
Um,
Mnemonics work.
it's true. He went and Joseph Bearclaw was like a slightly weird conversation
Mhm.
between him and Lodgkins, meaning that let's see
Well, you found
that
out that the Office of Indian Affairs is more for the white folks of the town, the
yes,
non-natives.
that is not for it is certainly not for
It's where all the miners get their permits to legally work the
yeah,
field,
that's where I
like
was going
the
with that.
claims. Sorry, go
The
ahead.
yeah. So I can't remember the specifics of like why else Lodgkins was getting like weird vibes from it, but uh, we did find out that in order to mine the ghost rock, like mining companies can't do it. You have to have like your own independent stake and no more than what
Mhm.
4 total people, including you.
Five total. No more than
Yeah,
5 people can be on any claim.
exactly. Um,
It's
and
$100 for a permit and 200 to stake a claim.
right,
And that's a
exactly,
lot of money, especially to set up shop. And then, like I said, it's and then there's no more than 5. And and through this conversation, just from him, he noted that they do enforce it. This is not just
yes,
bullshitty stuff.
and because it's part of the treaty with the rest of the the not the
Well,
local.
functionally, the town, so it's the Treaty of Deadwood. It's
Yeah,
also with the United States. It's sort of a mix. It's the reason that they allow people to settle here at all.
exactly. You're right. Totally.
And again, this is a
So
mix of your common knowledge. This is not really secret material, right? Like this is posted treaty material.
exactly. And that's why there's so many people here because it's sort of like literally outside of the United States' jurisdiction.
That's right.
And um so you have all these people hoping to strike it big basically. That's why there are all these tent cities and sometimes people do strike it big. Like I was at the Mint Gambling Saloon and in other places where people would come in being like, "I did it. Like
Mm-hmm.
we found an ore vein or whatever."
Mm-hmm.
Um So John ran into the sheriff who he definitely has met before in a
Mm-hmm.
past life, and the sheriff recognized him, but he was kind of coy about it. I
Mm-hmm.
can't remember how the rest of that conversation went though, or what John
Sure.
was doing.
So I can refill you in on that. So basically, the first time he recognized him by sight. His name is Seth Bullock, Marshall.
Right,
Um, and you guys avoided him and ducked into the Grand Central Hotel. The second time around, John got a little more guts and decided that the person that would know the town best would be the marshal. So approached him and said, "Hey, where's a good place to do some stuff around town?" And the marshal clearly recognized John's voice because again he's full garbed there, and
right.
called him by a different name. Give me a notice check to see if you noticed the name.
Oh, I didn't think I was with him when this happened.
No, you were in company.
Uh, 14.
Sure. So you heard him say a name Jericho, and John denied it.
Right.
No, yeah, because you would you guys kind of came up. He would have stepped a little bit away from you, but you would have been able to hear it.
Yeah.
John said no, and the marshal kind of seemed to off put, but then shook it off and gave you guys some general tips around what to do around town. This is where you sort of got your tip, though. He told you guys to kind of stay away from the gym theater, which is where one of the establishments you did go to sort of try and do your networking event.
Got it.
He also recommended the opera as an actual entertainment venue. Basically, nothing of any real interest to you, Utah, because he was giving you genuine tips of entertainment.
Yeah.
But yes, that was the case. But there seemed to be also some sort of recognition from the marshal in reverse as well.
And then so Utah spent a bunch of time trying to figure out just the investigating the lay of the land, like figuring out who, like, basically if there was any sort of system in place where like people that are circumventing the permit system,
Mm-hmm.
basically. And he found out that, well, I found out that there are no um it doesn't seem like there are any successful Chinese um ghost rock claims. I believe that there isn't like a whole bunch of Chinese people out there mining in the hills. Was that right, Travis?
Not quite. What you found is that there are, I mean, there's a Chinese population here. There are Chinese miners,
Right,
and basically, what you seem to be getting you didn't get any names.
but they're
You started.
funneling together, right?
Yes, you
Right,
did
that's what it
see.
was.
So you did. So you quickly caught on. Like, well, it seems like why not? There is a way that you very quickly, like Ryan and vis-a-vis the Utah person was
Right,
like, I could probably play a shell game here and create a company that functionally has more than 5 people working a
right.
claim, right? And you're like, is anyone doing that, Travis? And I was like, let's see. And you were like, oh no, like everyone seems to be above board. But then you were like, the Chinese might be doing that actually. That's what you discovered.
And that's what I had spent most of my time in research in the Mint Gambling Saloon and
And then
otherwise.
also, well, the Mint Gambling Saloon, but also it brought you a little bit to the Gym Theater. So these are
Right.
the two places
Yep.
that you went back and forth to. But
Exactly. That's where my next step in all this, Travis,
mhm,
was to um because I'm not getting any real information on the up and up, and because this is such like a Wild West town,
mhm,
Utah has some experience more than Monty dealing with shady individuals. So
mhm.
I'm going to start trying to figure out I want to start trying to um get not an in, I don't know how do I say it, but figuring out what the pulse of the black market is in this place. Because
Sure,
there's a black market everywhere. I want to
sure.
figure out
So,
what the contacts are and how to touch base.
well, so let's set the scene a little bit. So that goes through your whole time. So you spent most of your networking just to start getting a pulse there, because what you found is
Yes.
now to give there's a big Chinatown and Chinese
Yep.
contingent in Deadwood. Now I said that this town is far more eclectic and diverse than most of. I mean, has your character ever been to New York City? You're from Tennessee, and I don't know how well traveled you are. So,
Um, I would say no. Utah has not been in New York City.
so this is by far the most diverse town you have ever been in. There
Right.
are all sorts of people and accents here. Even the white people talking, you're very clearly hearing Irish, um, uh, uh, Scottish, British people. I mean, just the white folks here, let alone Southern and Eastern accents. There's black folks. There's a nice, you very instantly see a decent amount of black contingent here. Um, Also, there's a lot of Chinese, but the key thing is, just to put it as a statistical sense, almost 30% of Deadwood's population is Chinese. So it's a
Got
very large, significant portion of Deadwood's population. And there is a Chinatown that you have not been to, but you can see because it's the other side of the train tracks.
got
So
it.
even just moseying over, you can kind of see it on the other side, which you haven't.
Oh, you mean like over here?
hmm
Like up
It's not
here?
on the map, but it's like I said, if
Got it.
you would have been, you know, been on this side of town, and you can literally just see it, right? Even if you haven't decided to go on that
Totally.
side of town yet, right? You can literally see that it becomes. So you've been to San Francisco because you're West Coast,
Yeah, yeah,
haven't you?
yeah.
So I have
Yeah,
too. It is Chinatown, Chinatown. It is
got
like
it.
San Francisco's Chinatown.
Cool.
When you see it, it is distinctly becomes Chinatown on the other side of China of the train tracks.
Yep.
Is what I want to, because I was trying to describe this to um, Jeremy, and and like, because you've probably been to other Chinatowns that are far more like
Gentrified.
Americanized. Yeah,
Yeah.
gentrified. This is Chinatown, Chinatown. Because it was very noticeable when I went to San Francisco's Chinatown too. I was like, oh, we're in Chinatown. So you can see it. So anyway, I just want to paint a picture of just there's a line of demarcation, and it's literally the train tracks.
Got it.
Okay, so that was your week. Now, the other thing that sort of set the tone going into the weekend, because you're going to start the day on the 17th of July, Saturday.
Right.
On Friday, there is that special edition of the Tombstone Epitaph that announces the flood.
Announces the what?
The flood. Remember I sent it out in our Discord?
Yes. Yep.
And what that announced? Yeah.
I thought you said the blood, and I was like, that doesn't
yeah.
ring a bell.
The flood. And again, give me a common knowledge roll. Have you ever, has Utah ever been out west?
I mean, I've been in New Mexico and stuff. But...
Oh yeah, actually, you would have had it at a +2 then. So
then, yeah,
you still succeed.
Yeah.
Yep. I forgot about So you're very familiar with Los Angeles, even if you've never been, because it is a trade route of Ghost Rock comes into Tombstone and just that general vicinity.
Right.
Los Angeles is, for Ryan's edification, is an equivalent style of Los Angeles. But again, remember the west coast of California, so it's sort of eastern. Yeah, well, it's everything's been sort of eastern, right? But it's now the new west coast of California, right? There's 2 cities now in California, the territory of California. It was Los Angeles and Shanfan, which is the equivalent of San Francisco. That gigantic flood leveled the equivalent of Los Angeles.
Oh my God!
Right. With that, the other information I sent you is that with that, the story comes out that so the city is leveled, the population is basically decimated. There are survivors, but it's decimated.
Right.
And they're trying to rebuild. Along with that, there was the other part to go again, is that there's the flaring up of the rail wars. Being, give me another common knowledge roll. This one's just going to be clean for you. All right. Nope. Do you want to spend a penny on that?
Yeah, I'll spend a penny.
Okay.
We got it. All right.
So, the rail wars in general. Now, because again, you kind of traveled around, but you weren't really in cities a lot. This is the reason why you're not just getting the information for free, and you've been sort of getting out of town.
Yeah.
So the rail wars, for the first part, is out in the West, especially during the Civil War. Remember, it's a protracted Civil War. The West was sort of left alone, but both countries at the time wanted the railways to get out to the Ghost Rock. So the railways were sort of their own many countries, and they literally fought with each other and sabotaged one another. This was very bloody and marked the Midwest at the time. And there's literally people lost their husbands and brothers in almost its own sort of war in the Midwest. And it appears that the rail barons and stuff are escalating again.
Why?
So, why?
Like what other railroads need to be built?
They're trying to create a transcontinental.
Oh, I see. Okay. Got it.
So, with the flood, it appears that there's just an increase in railways sort of sabotaging each other, and also profits. Some of the railways are doing worse, and it's almost like where you use the financial phrase, the smell of blood in the water, has turned into quite literally blood in the water. And so the air in the town has turned on edge since Friday, when someone, now this was the territory of California. Los Angeles had declared itself its own independent state. It was not, it ran itself as its own independency. That said, hearing a flood wipe itself out, and then sort of the Tombstone Epitaph reporting an increase in escalation between violence of the rail barons has everyone on edge. Now, Deadwood being sort of a besieged town in itself, sort of isolated, the rail barons and escalation don't really harm anyone in the city, but people do a lot of mining and make money and then send it back home. A lot of these miners don't bring their families to Deadwood. That'd be weird, right?
Can I ask
They,
a historical question,
sure,
Travis?
absolutely.
So historically, in the actual construction of the Transcontinental Railroad, lots and lots of Chinese immigrants were involved. Is that the same sort of thing here?
Yes. Except
Okay.
this time, in this alternate route, Iron Dragon is an actual Chinese railway.
Got it. Okay. Cool.
So if you think about how it's not quite unionizing, but Iron Dragon is a Chinese railway owned by Kang or Kong, depending on who you're talking to.
Right.
Depends how white they are, if it's Kang or not. It's probably actually Kang, by the way, but no one knows. Uh, but yeah, this hasn't happened, but even in this alternate timeline, the America will still pass the Chinese Exclusion Act, as a matter of fact.
Okay. Got it.
Mm-hmm. I don't think it's happened yet. Actually, it may have happened. I'm going to Google that right now.
It
Chinese.
was late 1800s.
1882. It hasn't happened yet, but they, for foreshadowing, the same sort of not happiness is still happening even in this alternate timeline.
Got it. Understood.
So yeah, so what I'm saying though is even in Deadwood, there's an edge since this Friday when this came out because a lot of the miners send this money home,
And
right?
So
And their families are in the Midwest.
yes.
So the air of the town is turned not necessarily hostile, but just everyone seems to be on edge.
Yeah,
So I just wanted to paint a pall has sort of taken over the town since Friday.
It's not like they can just text home and see if everyone's okay.
There is a telegraph in town. That's how they do wire money home, as a matter of fact.
I see.
Yeah. There is a bank in town. But that said, I just wanted to paint the picture of what you were planning on doing and sort of the impact of that news has had on the town since.
Right.
So starting on July 17th. Oh, also I wanted to talk. There was an incident that sort of happened. There was another shimmer.
Yeah, but I hadn't. I
didn't
just
notice
didn't
anything.
You want me to use a D8 on the Benny?
Oh yeah, I do in fact.
8.
Damn, nothing. But I was going to cover what's going to happen. So over the course of this week, I'm going to assume, sort of in the background, that you would have come across, in theory, you had spent bennies over the course of this week. You had come across a few things. So we're going to go over the relic across your neck that you have. Over this course of that last week, a few things that you've discovered. So you're gonna discover a few things about what's been going on. So first, you found it much harder to lie. Not that you can't, but anytime that you lie, you feel almost sort of a feeling. First of all, around your ring around your chest warms up, and you feel a compulsion not to lie.
Got it.
So from now on, anytime that you lie, you're going to suffer a -2 to any persuasion, intimidation, or performance roll whenever you lie.
Oh boy.
That is called the vow of virtue.
Is that something I need to put in my hindrances?
I'm going to put it, sort of. It's going to be tied to, I mean, it is a... No. Anna was asking if we're playing L5R. She heard a vow of virtue. So
no.
It is functionally a hindrance. That said, but instead of waiting for it to trigger, let's say that
I can't hear Travis. Your mic's a little wonky. I can't hear you.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better. Thanks.
Okay. So instead of waiting, so it's not just all bad news. So instead of waiting for you to trigger it, because that way I'll diminish the feels bad. You also have gained the benefit Fate's Favored. Whenever you spend a Benny, you'll roll a D8, and on a 2, you get to keep the Benny.
Oh, neat. That's cool.
There are other effects here as well that you have not discovered, but these are the effects that you would have run into this week. So you can write those down. We'll update your sheet some other time, but that is... So the effects of the Benny, of course, is sort of in the background, like you're trying things, and you can kind of imagine it as like you're almost trying it, right? And then like you quick catch yourself. The ring is almost doing those things in the background with you. Like you
Right.
almost like whenever you sort of try something, and you almost feel the ring helping you.
Sure. Cool.
That also counts for your common bond, by the way.
Oh,
It's
nice.
literally any time you spend a, including soak rolls, any time you spend a Benny.
All right, let me make a note.
By the way, I chose 2 because it would be neat if it weren't just a 1 or an 8. So,
Hey, that's a 2 for 2, man.
all right. And with that, how would you like to start your Saturday?
Well, yeah, I need to. I think, again, this is just intelligence gathering. I think I need to be like, well, not being able to lie is going to make this a little bit tougher.
It is.
Let me see.
Also, if you haven't already caught on, you have the benefit of you are immune to Morgana's time manipulations.
Sure. Yeah. Which is
That is we can explicitly state that now.
yeah. Yeah, I still want to try and gather some info about just there's got to be some other power in this city aside from law enforcement that's making things tick.
Sure.
And whether it be I wouldn't really know about the term mob or mafia yet in the U.S. I don't think at this point.
Not. So the
that
mob
would
and
be-
mafia is notoriously gets its strength from the 1920s and Prohibition.
what-
That
yeah,
doesn't
exactly.
mean that they didn't exist before then. Of course, there's
Right.
organized
I just
crime.
mean in terms of like for Utah, that vernacular wouldn't be there for him.
Sure. That said, where would you like to start? So it's going to be a persuasion roll, right? It's going to be modified by the -2 of your ugliness, and -2 because people are still sort of distrustful, right?
Right. I think I'm just gonna start at the tent city.
That makes
Because-
sense, right? You can ask around what's going
Yeah.
on, how's it going, right?
Yeah, just kind of perusing around because that's where the low level shit will be. That's where people will try to, take advantage. That's where the sharks can go, the hustlers, all that stuff.
Sure.
So
give me
I'll
that
roll
roll.
persuasion in the tent city. So at -4.
Yep. I see a lot of dice. That seems pretty good. All right, you overdid it because the -2 is already baked in for you.
Oh, okay.
So,
But I still got it.
Yep.
That's sick.
so your ugliness is already now baked in. So you only have to do the additional -2 for the.
Cool.
So anyway,
Cool.
you succeed. Okay. So you kind of go around now. Let me see here.
And I would say the method in which I'm going about doing this is just, keeping my eyes and ears open for people who are, I know what a shady guy looks like, right? I and myself have done shady things. You see people behind tents with deals or whatever. Once a deal's completed, asking somebody, hey, where can I do some of that? And you know what I mean.
So as you're kind of just walking around, you're gonna see quite a few people just kind of. It's a Saturday, right? You'll see some people just
Yep.
kind of getting up for the morning. How early you start your day, basically?
6 a.m. And
Okay,
that'll be my
you're-
norm. Okay.
All right. So on most of your days, especially even if this early, Lodgkin's sleeping is what I'm gonna guess. I haven't talked to Matt.
Yeah,
But
totally.
John is gone.
Totally.
Yep. I mean, this isn't necessarily the most abnormal thing for you, even based on
Sure.
last week, right? He's an early riser, and you guys
Yeah,
are
he
pretty
just-
good. Yeah. So, cool. So you guys are doing whatever. You're on a Saturday. Even the miners have to rest, right? So some of the miners are just kind of getting up. Some of them are hungover. They're just getting up. Some of them are cooking their breakfast in their little dead bed pans. Some people
Right.
eating some canned beans or whatnot. Keeping it cheap. At some point, you're not really. You're gonna have to give me a notice roll for keeping So let's do that to see if you just
Is this
notice.
at a -2 or no?
No, that one's just if you're gonna catch anyone doing some, like if you notice some shady shit or not. So
5.
sure. You kind of notice some people kind of off to the side playing some cards on, or maybe even some dice off to the side. You see some guys. You do see some people kind of in hushed tones off to the side, looking kind of nervous.
Right.
As you, over the course of a few hours, just roaming around doing nothing, right? So that's probably the most interesting of everything that's going on, unless you wanted to go in on the dice game.
Sure. I do not have the gambling skill.
Or much money, if I recall. But
What'd you say?
I said, or much money, if I recall. But I think you have more
I have
money now.
$97.
That's a rich man now.
Yeah, I'll go in on the dice game just to get the gossip, even if it costs me some money.
All right. So you just see a few miners there. There's going to be 3 of them. You can kind of just introduce yourself. It's going to be Joe, Thomas, and Howard, just sitting there, and well, welcome, friend. Just sitting there, a bit tired, just taking a day off before we go back out. And what brings you?
Oh yeah. Well, I too am new in town and hoping to make myself a rich man someday, and been working hard. Wonder if I could join y'all in some relaxation. I ain't played much dice, but
Yeah,
sure
that's a better reason for you to sit down. Come on down.
All right. Yeah, so I'll take a seat.
All right. So he says, "Well, I said we're all new and fresh here. We're all trying to make it rich. Shit, you got a stake yet?"
No, not yet. I'm trying to raise up. I'm close. I'm trying to raise up a little extra cash to with my pals and I to hopefully lay a stake.
Mm-hmm. He says, yeah, dude, sure." And you can see one of them kind of just like closes the tent a little bit. Give me a notice. All right, so
8.
you very easily notice that they have mining equipment in their tent.
Oh, interesting.
So, all right, go ahead and just do a dice, a gambling roll. So it'll be a D4 -2. So it's gambling -2. So it's untrained.
Yeah, I have an untrained button.
Yep. So, all right, it's opposed. So you're actually keeping up with them. All right, so this will just go kind of over the course of your gambling for the next, I'm going to say hour, but however long you're there. But if it's more than an hour.
For this, how much money should I?
They're only tossing in maybe like 50 cents or something.
That's
like
fine,
this
yeah.
is not like really poker at this point. So it's just, they're tossing in some small coin, right? They're not doing anything hard. They're just kind of passing the time. So but yeah, he closes the tent. You glance in and you can see that they clearly have mining stuff.
Yeah.
So says, when'd you get in, friend?
Oh, I've been in here about a week, but I must say it's a lot more difficult to. I was unaware about. I heard about Deadwood, but I didn't think it'd be as busy as it is. I was led astray by information coming out of the town.
Ah, shit! Everyone wants to get out there and make their stake.
Yeah, I guess so. Try one sec, Trav. I'm trying to think about the best way to ask this next question. Is it just you boys, or do you have friends in Deadwood that you met up with when you were here? Do you have any other mining buddies that have stake claims? I know there's a 5-person limit, and that's something I've been trying to be cognizant of.
It was just us 3. Shit, we didn't even know Howard before we got out here, but it's better, better together is what we say. We met a few other miners. It's always, people generally pretty friendly out here. It's mostly us versus them, and he kind of points out there. If you know what I mean. So usually people pretty friendly.
Well, now, when you say us versus them, you mean like the other miners, or was he pointing to the Chinese?
No, he's
Or
pointing to the like out to the lands, like Stu.
oh, I see.
Hmm.
Um, I mean, again, I haven't been in the city too long, and are there people that have been mm, uh, successful out here with the Ghost Rock lately? I've
Oh
heard,
hell yeah! There's a
yeah.
lot of ghost rock out there. I mean, the trouble is always figuring out where to lay your claim. You don't get a very big lot now. You can always get a new stake, but it's $200. So half the
Oh, I,
time it's figuring out where you lay your claim at. But there's hundred the so y- have you even got your permit yet? What was your name
no.
again? You haven't
My name,
got your permit.
no, my name's Utah Jack. Again, I've only been in town a week, so we're just trying to
Shit,
get
you
the
came
lay
in.
of the
Oh,
land.
well, I guess. And so I can't believe you came out here without even the $100. And then like Joe said, he's like, Howard, lay off of them. We didn't do that either. He's like, yeah, people get excited. I get it.
I mean, $100 is quite a bit of cash. I was hoping that there'd at very least be one or two odd jobs that I could maybe pick up to get the money that I need. I'm quite good with quite good with a gun. Wasn't sure if people might need some muscle out there while they did their mining. But
Well,
again, the 5 people limit really threw me for a loop.
well, if on some of the bigger claims where someone hits it really rich, sometimes they'll hire some muscle, but the Indians out there keep it to the 5-person limit no matter what, and that includes your bodyguards. So that kind of makes it hard. And anytime you travel in more than in 5, you draw attention real quick. So it ain't too much use. The bodyguards are more needed in town, so might be able to find some work for that. I don't know much about it. We out here to mine. You didn't come out here either for that, huh?
I mean, I got friends who were thinking about doing the mining, but I'm just here to take advantage of a busy city.
Well, that makes sense. Did they bring their money for the permit?
I believe so.
Okay.
Actually, one of my friends said that I traveled with. He's the brains behind the operation. I'm kind of just a follower. I hope. I mean, I wish I could tell you more.
All right. All right. So what are you looking for here?
I just as we play, I'm just trying to get a feel for as other people have come into town, like where the power struggles are and stuff. Like anytime that there's something like this, there has to be like factions
Mhm.
or like sex, like SECTS,
Yeah, yeah.
um,
I was gonna say,
or
there's sex here.
divisions within the subgroups. It's not like there are 1,005-person individual units. There have to be factions and stuff
Mhm.
that come up.
So what you're gonna gather from these guys is more about the relationship with Deadwood and the Sioux.
Got it.
So, um, you, I would say in this, you'll bring up the people roaming around the streets, and they'll bring up, so, oh, them's the, you could, them's part of the Deadwoods Miners Alliance. You maybe you could sign up for some of that. That pays a little bit.
Oh,
And
does it? What is the
so,
tell me more about this
so
alliance.
yeah, so Deadwood's not allowed. There's no U.S. troops allowed here, right? And we just have Mr. Seth Bullock as the marshal. He's only got one deputy. Um, so you know, we all the miners we sign up for the Deadwood Miners Alliance, a DMA, and we take turns and we get out there and we patrol the town and keep an eye out just to basically to make sure that keep the Sioux honest and make sure we keep them out of the town. So there's a
Oh,
little
you know
money
what?
in
I think
that.
I ran into one of those folks on my way into town.
Hmm. Yeah, it sounds like what you ran into when you were coming in. Yeah.
Interesting.
So
Interesting. Maybe I will look into that.
Yeah. Now you don't got to be a miner, but I mean, and then he comes in. He says, "You seem all right," and he motions. He's like a lot of us don't always have. I'll speak up so you can hear him, but he whispers to you. He's like, "Not all of us have the money for a permit, so, you know, um, it you know, if your friend really needs help, if I could probably help hook you up with some people. There's a few people that sneak out there to at night to try and mine at night when they don't have enough money for a permit, because sometimes, they ain't got the money up front to get the permit and do it all legal like. So, they got to mine in secret for a little bit to get their initial money to get fronted first. So,
Right.
if you need any help, you come back, all right? You seem all right, fella.
Very much appreciate that, friend.
All right.
Um,
Remember,
yeah,
it's
and
us versus them now. So keep that. Don't ruin it for everybody.
so yeah, I'll just play with them for a few more,
All
a
right,
little
give me
more.
another. Give me another. All right.
'Cause I think I've gotten everything I need out of them.
All right. You're actually going to kind of tie it up. So
Oh, funny.
fortunately for you, they're not wild cards. So they're rolling a d6 and that's it. So you're tying them.
You know what? I think after enough of this time, I'll stand up and say, well, I'll leave my 50 cents or whatever, and I'll say
No, you
that's
broke
all I
even. Yep.
yeah, that's all I got today, fellas. But I might would like to play with you again if we cross paths.
All right. Well, you know where we're at.
Good luck with staking your claim,
No,
and
and he gives you a wink. He says, "All right."
let me know if you end up needing any muscle with any future successes.
He says, "All right. Well, you know what? I didn't think of that. On some of those let's call them night jobs, people do typically need a little bit more muscle for those. You know what? Next time I hear about one of those, would you be interested in some of that?
Yeah, I think I would be.
All right. Now I don't have anything. I don't know about anything at the moment. We're legitimate businessmen, but sometimes I help some other people coordinate night jobs. Now, if you're not looking to mine, they still might need protection, so to speak. But anyway, where's your tent?
It's about 3 rows back that way, a little to
Yeah,
the
you
north.
give him the directions,
Yeah,
right? He
give
said,
'em
all right.
whatever.
He's
Yeah,
like, all right, next time I hear something, I'll come looking for you. All right.
sounds good. Thanks very much.
All right. Excellent. All right. So, yep.
So yeah,
So,
that'll take up a pretty good chunk of my Saturday.
well, that actually killed like 2 hours, right? You could do whatever you want.
Um,
Well, that kill like 4 hours. It killed like your morning, basically.
you know what I'm gonna do? I think I'm gonna browse. I'm gonna make my way into Chinatown.
All right.
I think I'm
So,
gonna cross the railroad and just do a little walkabout,
sure.
just to get some bearings and just get a general atmospheric sense of that part of the city.
All right, sure. So, generally speaking, as you walk into Chinatown, right, you're there. Obviously, it's mostly Chinese, but it's not only Chinese. Plenty of other people come into Chinatown. Just so
Sure.
you're not like the only person, right? You don't
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
completely stick out or anything. I mean, you might stick out for what you're doing, but there's plenty of other people that come in, right?
Right.
It's a typical Chinese marketplace. They're hawking wares. They're yelling at you. They're trying to get you to come over.
Yep.
So what are you trying to do? You just kind of like
So
just gathering it in?
the first thing and the most important thing that I'm trying to do is just get a lay of the land, like mentally mapping out what this part of the city looks like, in the off chance that in the future, if we find ourselves here or the group comes here, we're not like totally lost. Like I can be like, oh, we can go this way, we can go this way. Like at least I have like a familiarity to it.
All right. Give me a smarts roll.
Cool.
Because what we'll do is, since I haven't mapped this out, all right, so you are starting to digest some of this bit for the
Yeah.
parts. So we'll need to file this away that if you ever have some sort of chase scene or something weird over here,
Yeah,
you can
just
kind
like
of get a bonus of like, hey, I need to get out of here, kind of thing.
Right.
All right.
Right.
All right. Do you want to like how? So this is the other thing. How much are you trying to blend in while you're doing this? Like,
I'm
are
not.
you trying? Okay. Give me. All right. So you're not even trying to like act like
No.
you're buying anything, or
Oh, I mean, I will. You know, if something catches my interest, you know what I mean.
well,
Like,
so when you're coming in, you're gonna notice some opium tents. You're gonna notice some meat markets, right? There's gonna be.
I mean, I'll pick up like a walking stick of meat,
Okay.
to walk around with and eat with.
All right.
I'll have
That's
to
gonna
eat
be
at some point, so
gonna
I'll
be like
spend.
20, quarter or something,
Yeah.
right?
Here, mark it off.
Yep.
That way, it looks like I've bought something.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was like. How much are you just like literally just walking in and out of
No,
stuff?
no, no. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll have a walk like a meat on a stick or something.
Yeah. Okay, so it's going to be even less than a quarter, right? It's going to
Yeah,
be like 10 cents. So,
sure.
also to kind of describe Chinatown, unlike this Deadwood, which is sort of like there's a main street that has all the settled and permanent structures and then a
Right.
separate segregated tent city, Chinatown is a mishmash of tents and permanent structures.
We talking shantytown status or
Not really. Well, yes, but Deadwood also has a shantytown status. I'm just
right?
saying, like, they haven't segregated their tents. It's just a mix. Sometimes there's a building, and then sometimes it's a mix of tents, and then sometimes there's another building. Like, they just haven't put their tents off to the side. It's just
Okay,
sometimes
it's
there's
just baked
building.
into the city itself.
Yeah. So, like, I'm just giving you, like, it's both a mixture of, like, permanent structures, and then you walk by, and then there's several tents, right? And then there's another permanent structure, and then more tents, and then another building, right? Um, yeah, they just didn't segregate their tent city to the side, right? It's just sometimes there's buildings and sometimes there's tents. So their main street has both completely intermixed with stalls of marketplaces all the way down their main street
Cool.
of people just selling stuff the entire time, including trinkets and anything else. So,
Got it.
yep. So, okay. Depending, it's just mostly how much time you want to spend mapping it out. It's about the same size as Deadwood, or about half the size of the Main Street area, or it's about half the size of this map is the size of Chinatown. It's a bit more sprawling. But...
Yeah, I'll spend the better part of the whole day just
All right.
walking around.
Give me another smart roll that'll cover, like, we'll say 50% chunks of it to try and remember. Yeah, not bad. All right, so yeah, we'll just have to remember that you have some sort of plus modifier if it ever comes up.
Yeah, if it ever comes up again, I don't even know if we'll ever be in Chinatown.
I don't know either, but you never count it out, right?
If we're in this new city, I want to do my due diligence of knowing what things are and where things are.
Sure. Okay. So that'll get you to the evening time. Is there anything you'd like to do with your evening?
I want to take a little bit of time once the sun goes down, sort of just seeing what you said it was still, the city still is alive at night, right?
It's quite
yeah.
There's a bunch of saloons and gambling houses and everything down Main Street, even down
I'm going to this time intentionally spend time in Deadwood proper, not the Chinatown part of Deadwood. I'm gonna say that wherever my money is, where I keep my money, I want to leave. Is there a bank in town or something?
There is a bank.
So first thing I want to do, actually, before it gets too late, I want to stop at a bank and deposit almost all my money into it. Open up an account.
All right. What is the bank's information? Yeah, I mean that's fine, not a problem. So yeah, you could keep most of your money there.
Yeah, just to keep it safe for now, because I don't want to have $100 just in my pocket at all times.
Sure. Yeah. The name of the bank is Sevens and Post.
Sevens and Post. Let me make a note. Was there a fee to put my money in or no?
I will figure that out later.
Yeah, future me problem. Got it.
Mhm.
So I'll keep $5 in my
It'll be
pocket.
pretty nominal, I would imagine, but
Cool.
yeah.
The banks want people to put their money in,
Yeah, it
but
turns out.
turns out, go figure.
I'll figure out all sorts of like interesting upsells to try and get you later.
Okay, it's all good, buddy. Uh, so now I want to take the night and intentionally sort of with just I'll say with my pistol, um, and just that and $5 in my pocket. I want to just be wandering down different dark alleyways in town.
Okay. All right.
Just sort of putting myself in less crowded areas, wandering alone, just to see if anyone tries to bully me.
All right. Interesting. Give me one moment.
Sure.
That's what I thought. Okay.
And this is to get just so you know, out of game, this is to get a sense of how dangerous the town might be at night. Because if I'm being bullied, then that means somebody's doing the bullying, and that could be on either independently or
Mhm.
part of somebody else's structure or whatever.
No, I get it. I was checking something somewhat funnily related. Pick an area of town.
Let's go in between. Trying to figure out. These are all like I would assume there are like buildings and stuff around,
Nope.
right?
This over here is all tents. All the way to the western side of town is where the tent city
The
starts.
only buildings I see are the actual buildings on the map.
For the most part, over here you can actually envision. Actually, yeah, for Deadwood, that is the buildings. That's sort of the problem. Not problem, but yeah, like Deadwood is a dearth of physical buildings.
Right. I'll just do some laps around Mint Gambling Saloon and the theater. Maybe between the Grand Central Hotel and the bank.
And what time of night are you doing?
Sorry.
What time? How late are you gonna let it get lapse?
Up until maybe 11 p.m.
All right.
Maybe midnight.
Okay.
And I guess while I'll do that, I'll keep maybe do like a notice to just see if I'm being followed or
Sure.
if I see anybody tailing me or anything like that. And maybe I'll, as I do it, no, that'd be lying. I'd fail the performance. I'm gonna say pretend I'm a drunk. Maybe I should just get drunk, stumble around a little.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'll just do a normal one for this one.
Now, other than directly interacting with people, pretending to, you'd only have the minus. Like if you were trying to pretend to be drunk, yes, your vow of virtue would lie about it, but it would only give you a -2. Your ugliness wouldn't affect it, for instance.
I see. That's interesting.
Right? Like I'm just trying to. So you could. It's not preventing you. I didn't want to have any sort of taint
Sure.
that would like prevent you from role playing. I just wanted to have the stuff that like you can choose to take negatives whenever you wish.
Yeah,
So,
I think I'll just yeah, I'm just going to play it straight. I only rolled a 2 on the notice. I won't use a penny on it.
mhm. Now again, I think this may have been slipped. Deadwood does have electric lanterns lining Main Street, so it's actually
I would try
reasonably
to-
well lit.
Yeah, I would try to avoid
Yeah,
specifically.
no, it's mostly just because it's cool.
Right.
So,
It is cool.
yeah, you get, there's a lot of, hollering and hooting out of all of the places, right? Coming all
Yes.
the way down this way. So after sundown, you're gonna go until what time?
Like midnight, I think.
So just as you are, you do that, you're not wobbling, you're not doing anything. So, about midnight, it's starting to die down and you're starting to get tired and just say, well, shit, I guess it's not going to happen. And actually you're just sort of quitting for the night. Right? You're heading down, and give me another notice roll. But this will be, as you're turning down, it's dark, so it's going to be at a minus, well, it's going to be dim? No, it'll be dark, -4.
Okay.
Okay.
Solid 1.
Right? Actually, it wouldn't be at a -4 for hearing. You do hear someone. Let me see. Yeah, you do hear someone like stumble and curse coming into the alleyway behind you.
Stumble and curse, you said?
Yes, like they kick something. And
Oh.
then whisper, and they whisper quietly, cursing.
I'm going to turn around and say, hey, who's over there?
And you see sort of two scraggly guys kind of come out and says, "Oh, hey, just coming back, to get some sleep." And they've been drinking. Give me a notice roll.
Yeah. Is this with a minus now or no?
You can see them stumbling out. This would be at a -2.
Yeah, then I'll use a Benny on this one.
All right.
There it is.
All right, and D8.
Yep.
Nope.
Nope.
Sucks to suck. Mister, I chose 2 instead of a 1 or an 8.
It'll come back around eventually.
With that high of a roll, you can tell he's lying.
Yeah.
And with a raise like that, you can tell that they did in fact come looking behind. This is what you were looking for. I just drew some random cards. Like you got it in the last hour.
Cool. I'm gonna say
They look like miners though. They look like folk.
I'm gonna say, all right now, friends. How about you don't bullshit me, and no one has to get hurt? Tell me what you're doing here.
And they look at each other and says,
Oh, can I try intimidating on that?
"Of course, yeah."
Let's try intimidating. Is this a -2 with my ugliness, or does my ugliness aid
Your
it?
your ugliness. So ugliness would actually give you. No, ugliness is only for persuasion. It doesn't affect.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then yeah, I'll intimidate then. I'll use a Benny on this too.
All right.
Because it's fun. There it is.
All right. Hold on.
Ah, 4. Sad.
Yeah, I wanted you to know that what you were rolling this D8 for eventually. Since you man, I was like, I rolled the odds. By the way, the odds are that you have a 40% chance of getting it over the course of Anyway.
Yeah, I haven't yet. I think I've rolled. How many bennies have
Yeah,
I rolled now?
you have a really high chance of getting it at this point. So what is intimidation against? It's spirit?
I think so.
Yeah,
right?
I think so. So each one of them rolls. All right. What was your? All right.
8.
It's an 8. So one of them looks pretty shook, and and then his friend says, "Not now, Clyde. Now's not the time." He says, "Mister, there's 2 of us and 1 of you. It's about time you just hand us the money, and no one needs to get hurt."
And I'm gonna say, maybe if you had 2 more, it'd be a fair fight.
So, and then his friend says, "Hey man, he wasn't supposed to see us. We were just going to take it and go. It's done. Hey, it's time to go."
I'm gonna say this. How about this? How about I appreciate your 2 your entrepreneurial what's the word? Drive here, friends. How about this? I'll give you half the money in my pocket right now if you tell me whether you're doing this on your own or if there's a kickback happening.
And they and they sort of look confused and say, "Wait, what?"
Are you mugging me on your own volition, or are you mugging someone and paying upwards?
You say, Really? You just gonna give me the money?
I just gave you the money. Totally fine.
Show me the money.
I take out $3.
Well, shit, mister, that's all you got? He says, see, and then his friend says, man, look, this feels like a trap. No one's going to just give us the money. This is a trap.
I take out $1 and I crinkle it up and I throw it at his feet. I'm like, there you go. There's $1. You want 2 more? You gonna tell me what's up? Or are we gonna have bigger issues?
And then,
I'm gonna say, would you rather keep your mouth closed and us get in a fight and the two of you walk out of this alley with some pretty serious damage? Or would you rather get paid and tell me what I want and everyone leaves happy? I'll roll a persuasion check here.
all right. Now that'll be at the -4.
Is it a -4? Oh, okay.
Your persuasion's at a -4.
I'll do an intimidation again then.
All right. Your intimidation seems to be going rather well.
7.
All right, so that's a success. Well, it might be with a raise. It's a raise against. No, it's a success against both. So now they're both like confused, but like increasingly shook by like the entire thing, right? And
Yeah.
and he doesn't know, like, it's like, am I supposed to take the money? Are we supposed to
And
run?
at this point, I have $2 in my hand, and my other hand, it's not on my gun,
Mhm.
but it's like that thing where it's like the fingers are like at any second could go for it.
Mm-hmm. Mister, we just thought you were an easy mark. We were drinking and we just saw you walking up and down the street like a loon, and you just look lost like a fool. We just thought like you were one of them rich Easterners that come out here thinking you're gonna get rich. We just wanted some money. We also thought you were richer than you were or something, and we don't want any of this. What was that, Ryan?
I said, you clearly made a mistake because I'm poor as shit.
Yes, we are discovering that in the moment.
Yes, you are. So you two fucked up. And that's the thing here. Now you two better be hoping that I don't get mad. Now I'm not mad right now. I'm amused by what you're trying to do here. The only thing I want to know is how many other people are mugging the rich people in this town. Just you two? You two crackpots, or were there other people? You two been mugged before out here, or no?
Well, I mean, we ain't been mugged, but like, people get mugged, yeah, like it happens. Usually the miners don't mug the others unless some moron like spouts his mouth off about his new claim, or like holds up too much ghost rock at any given time and then goes to sleep like a fool. Like, if you hit a good claim, you better get yourself some bodyguards. That ain't been us. We ain't done too damn well yet.
All right. Well,
can I get that $1?
There you go. I crunkle up another $1 and throw it at the other one's feet.
Yeah, but they ain't picked it up yet. They're like kind of now. You've successfully intimidated them that they haven't moved.
Go ahead. Each you take $1. Go ahead.
And they're kind of like slowly stutter.
Yep.
Really? It's you ain't gonna just like use that as an opportunity to get us then, right? Like, this feels like a trap.
If you don't pick up that $1 in 10 seconds, it will be a trap.
Okay, they scramble down and grab the $1. Like, yeah, they kind of like. Okay.
And I'm like, I got one more $1 here, and either you can have it. I don't care what you do with it. And I crinkle it up again. I'm like, is there any other gang in town? Any other people or groups that are kind of hush hush whispered about, but that no one usually messes with? Or is it just a bunch of independent muggers going around trying to exploit people?
Well, wait, I don't know how to answer. There's a lot of. What do you mean? There's a lot of that. But there's not. There's a lot to unbundle from what you just said. So, can we?
Is there organized crime in this city?
Of course there is.
Then which crime organization should I not be fucking with?
All of them?
Well, give me a couple names. I'm new in town.
Oh, well, you should always pay your rent to the Russians. Never skip rent.
Rent.
Huh?
Go
Yeah.
on. Go on.
Okay. Don't fuck with the Chinese. And I don't know what Al Swearingen's into, but I wouldn't fuck with anything he does. I just wouldn't fuck with him in general. But
All
it's a
right.
great the gym theater's a great place to drink. I drink there all the time.
Well, I crinkle up that last dollar and throw it between the two of them. I appreciate you two boys and your business acumen. You try to mug me again, I will kill you.
No sir, we ain't gonna do that. We probably go out of the mugging business in general.
Yeah, you might want to do that if you're this shit at it.
We ain't really had the depth of experience at it. We were just thinking you were an easy
Yep,
yep.
I get that a lot.
Um okay. They're kind of looking at you and looking at the dollar, and then looking at the side of each other.
And I'm just gonna turn around and start walking away.
And then you kind of walk, and then you hear something like, "Now, Clyde, that's my dollar." So, Joe, that ain't your dollar. Clyde, that's my dollar.
Perfect.
Now, Clyde. So, all right, that's the end of your night, I guess.
I'll let them fight over that last dollar. All right, so yeah, I learned a lot. There's apparently you got to pay up to the Russians, probably in the tent town for quote unquote protection. Don't fuck with the Chinese, which I'm already starting to get a feel for. And I think so. Al Swearinger owns the Gem Theater, is that right?
Yes.
I thought so. I had a sense that this guy had a power in town already, but this sort of also kind of solidifies it too. You can own a business and have a lot of power in town, Yeah, I'll just go to bed. That's fine.
Okay. Well, it is now Sunday, the 18th of July. Is there anything in particular you'd like to do? The answer can still be no.
Yeah, I think for the next few days, this isn't anything in particular, but I want to spend most of my time in the Gem Theater drinking.
All right.
Listening.
Okay.
Actually, I'll probably spend the rest of the week, unless something really juicy comes up in the Gem Theater.
All right.
Drinking. I'll give myself I don't know, will $1 a day be a decent budget to make it look like I'm spending a lot of time there?
Yeah, well, drink for 10 cents.
Yeah, so I could spend a lot of time in the Gem Theater for $1.
You
Right?
probably need to go right back to the bank and pull a little bit more money out.
Yeah,
right?
I would pull out another like $10, I think.
Sure. All right, now, for what it's worth, a few things are going to happen here if you spend a few days here.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna spend a few days.
All right, so we're going to have to stop at some point.
Yep.
For a different reason than you're about to think. So, the Gem Theater is actually one of the larger buildings here, and it's split almost into a weird bifurcation. It is one building, but it's a 2-level.
Okay.
And as you come in, you're immediately greeted to the bar on the right and several tables that you can sit in. Right? The stairs go up, like at the far side of the right, at the far end, there's stairs that go up, and then you're surrounded by, it's one of those open landings where there's a bunch of rooms, right?
Right.
Now, there's an open way to go to the left, but it's very dark because there's really nothing in between there. And then it's lighted on the other side again, and there's just a bunch of tables and an open, I wanted to say theater, but basically like a little area, dancing area. And it's not busy when you go there. It's early in the day, but if you stay there, that's where they're going to have like burlesque dancing and stuff. This is
Cool.
half a brothel and half a bar.
Sure.
Okay, so there's basically the drinking area saloon, and then the sort of drinking area burlesque like brothel area, and then there's the upstairs that is the brothel area.
Got it.
All right, to just give you sort of, but it's one building.
Got it.
So you can stay wherever you would sort of like over the time. Now, on a Sunday, by coincidence, you will run into that DMA fella. His name is Raymond. that you promised to buy a drink for, and he will remind you when he sees you because he's going to wave you down.
Yeah, and I'll absolutely buy him a drink. No
Yeah.
problem.
He says,
Chat with him.
and he'll say, hey, it's been damn near a week. How you been?
Well, I'm learning a lot about the town, my friend. It's man, I've never seen electricity before in this.
Oh, I got used to it. I kind of forgot. So this place is filled with electric bulbs. As a matter of fact, there are no lanterns of any kind. There is a fireplace off to the side, not used at the moment, probably useful in winter. But actually, there's hanging lanterns at the bar. Not lanterns, but light bulbs. Wow. So
Yeah,
this whole place is lit by light.
And I'm continuously in awe that that's even a thing.
Yep.
Like, I ain't never seen stuff like this before. So yeah, I'll be like, well, tell me what you're drinking. You know what? I owe you pretty big. You want something a little nicer? You want something top shelf?
Shit, I don't even know what top shelf is. And then the bartender goes, it means it's on the top shelf. He goes, well, what you got on the top shelf? All right, then he kind of walks him through. So it's just a different kind of whiskey. So, well, give me one of those. He's buying.
Yeah, I'll pay for a top shelf.
It's a 25 cent. It's from Tennessee.
Ooh, oh yeah, that's my jam. I'll get one for me too.
All right, so it cost you 50 cents, right?
Yeah.
But
95.75.
Mm-hmm.
Just keep track of my money.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And I'll say, well, here's the Deadwood.
Deadwood. He said, yeah. It's like, yeah. My shift's over. I won't have to do another patrolling shift for another month, so I'm good.
Oh, there you go.
At least another month. Then we do a raffle again. I might not have to do another shift for another 2 months, but whatever. The details are less relevant. Sure. How are you doing? You got yourself a permit of steak yet?
My associates, my friends I travel in are taking care of that.
The native? Is that why you brought him in? You hoping to get a little special favors?
You know how it is.
I don't, but I do. I think so. I ain't got any native friends to pull any strings, but that's a pretty smart move.
Well, he's the believe it or not, he's the brains of our operation a little bit. So I tend to trust his judgment on much of this. These lands he's been traveled in here before, but I've never been this far from home.
Well, most of us have not. So welcome to Deadwood. How you like it?
I am struck by the diverse company that's around here. I ain't never seen so many different looking people on one place.
We are quite an eclectic folk, I agree.
I mean, I just spent yesterday wandering my way through Chinatown. I ain't never been there before. I ain't never seen that many China folk, and my goodness, they seem to be doing quite well for themselves.
The Chinese do have quite a presence. I cannot say I've ever been to Chinatown. I don't, I just never been that way, and I don't really eat their food. But some of the Chinese come in here, so good on them, I guess.
I had one of their meats on a stick, and it was pretty good. They got that what they call it, teriyaki.
Jesus, unprepared. All right. I
don't know how racist that is or isn't.
It's not. It's well, I mean, that's not racist. It's just like I don't know how to pronounce anything, but I'm just laughing because I was unprepared for that. I got it. He's like, I'll take your word for it. I heard they eat eyeballs.
Oh, do they? I didn't see no eyeballs, but that's spooky.
Well, anyway, so with your native friend, I'm very anxious to see where you stake claim. I wish you the best of luck.
And do you have a stake claimed as well? You mining out there in the hills?
Oh yes, sir. So far, it keeps me fed. It's not the best place. I struggled to figure out if I should bother putting up another stake, but $200 to get a new one. So.
But you're finding a little bit though, right?
I do all right. I just takes a bit to move around, so sure. I get by.
Absolutely.
I mean, I get to drink and I get to eat.
I mean, pretty good gig there, right? You get to drink.
Good enough.
Eat. Yeah. You out there in the tents, or you got a spot here?
I get a room over at one of the hotels, not the Grand.
Right. Well, you're lucky. Everything's all booked up as far as I can tell. I'm out in the tents a little bit there with my friends. I'm used to camping outside. I camped outside in Tennessee my whole life growing up, so it ain't that bad. But you know how it is.
Yeah, I'm not too unhappy to not be in a tent. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I feel you, man. Is it something that has piqued my curiosity? Is I actually the other day, last night was mugged by two individuals on my way back. Now they didn't give me too much trouble. I just only had $1 or so in my pocket, so you know. But is that something that happens? Should I be more careful? Is that something that happens often around here?
I don't know if it happens often, but I'm gonna tell you, you should always be careful in Deadwood.
Yeah,
Marshal Seth Bullock is only but a man. He only got one deputy, sort
right.
of by design, from what I can tell. So, you know, people get shot. There's duels. You know, people get rowdy. You know, it gets kind of rowdy around here. People get. Yeah, I'd just be careful.
Ah, they're duels. That's interesting.
I
How
mean,
often does
I
that
wouldn't
happen?
go insult anybody's honor or nothing.
Oh no, not that. No, I did not intend to. I'm not as I know how to shoot a gun, but I would not call myself a duelist. If that makes sense.
Shit, I agree with that.
I'll take another drink, another sip, or whatever,
Okay. Hmm.
and say, you ever thought about is Deadwood where you want to spend the rest of your days, or if you hit it big here, where might you go?
So, oh, shit, I ain't even thought about that. I guess no, I probably wouldn't want to. I mean, if you're a rich man, you ain't gonna sit in Deadwood. Said, you know, now that I'm used to electric lights, I've never been to the City of Gloom. I'd probably want to see that.
What's that, Travis?
That's Salt Lake.
Oh, got it. Okay.
He's like, yeah, I heard it's after I've gotten used to all these lights, it's the only other place with lights, and I think I'd want to settle down there,
That
or at
does
least
sound
see it.
that does sound mighty nice, doesn't it?
Well, I've never been, but
Um, I'm trying to think about. Now I'm gonna. We are in uh Al's establishment. I'm gonna lower my voice just a little bit here.
hmm
We are in Al's establishment, right now.
yeah.
What's he like? You ever met the man?
He comes down, runs some events every once in a while. There's some prize fights every once in a while he throws out weekly.
Ooh,
Uh,
what's that? Like a boxing match?
yeah, something like that. Yeah. Um, he
You know,
he seems nice enough.
if I want to apply for one of them boxing matches, is that something I could do? I'm pretty good with my fists.
I guess so. I don't know much bouts, but I don't. They kind of run. Some nights, and then most of the time it's very weird hours. So I don't get to see them very often. I'd rather go make money than that. I'd rather just drink and see the ladies. But some people seem to like it.
Well, I think I might attend one of these fights and maybe see if I can do some fighting myself. I mean, you
All
guys
right.
even see by my hideous visage. I have been on the wrong end of a few duels.
And he kind of looks. He's like, "Oh, I guess I did see the scar. I guess. How'd that happen?"
Oh man, well, let's just say someone I thought was a priest punched me in the face. Wasn't uh turns out he wasn't a man of God like I thought, and it seemed like God was behind his fist when he hit me.
He he laughs. He goes, "He ain't got to worry about no churches out in Deadwood. So he's safe out here."
I raised my drink up to the sky. Thank God for that. Cool. So I'll just casually make small talk with him
Sure.
or whatever.
Uh,
But
uh, mhm,
unless you have more, I am very interested in learning about these fights.
sure. So, are you gonna stay over in the saloon side, or are you gonna try out the burlesque side?
I'm
Is
gonna
it all
I'll definitely give the burlesque side a go as well.
okay? So that'll be as the evening hours approach,
Sure.
right? So during the day, it's less, right? The
Yeah.
brothel is all hours. But like the burlesque will start as the evening. Not it doesn't have to be night, but as the evening afternoon kind of picks
Got
up. You can order some food here. They don't have a kitchen, but they can go. They basically just go get food, like and
Sure.
bring it here if you want to eat. So you never have to leave. Now here's the thing. Give me a notice roll. So this will be later in the evening.
Got it.
Okay.
5.
Now, you're on the burlesque side and everything, and it's very loud. It's very loud on this side. You're kind of doing your networking thing, meeting people. It's going very well. And you look back over to the saloon side. Remember, it's kind of dark, and then it kind of like there's this sort of dark passage side in between, and over there, and you notice John come in, and he looks. Now, he has goggles and everything, but the way he's carrying himself, he looks pissed off.
Oh, shit.
And he goes up to the bar, and you see him chatting with the bar. Now, obviously, you're not going to interact with him because he's not here. And this story already happened. So he waits for a little bit. Someone, there's chatting. You see someone go up the stairs, or where the stairs to be. Come back down. You see him wait for a little bit. And then he leaves. So I've been already told you whatever to tell you what happened there. But
Got it. Got
yep.
it. Got it.
But you happened to be here when he came in for this, so
yeah, I'll let him. Yeah, I will totally let him do his own thing and make a mental note to ask him about it later next time.
Yeah. So is there anything else you want to fish around about for here, or are you just gonna?
I think just the fighting rings will be the next line of questioning. Is that boxing matches, anything big events to gamble? Always bring out the big pocketbooks and the big influencers in a town.
So they do some gambling here. You can do some poker and stuff. That's all that they'll have. They handle poker here. For the for the fights, you can inquire about them at the bar.
Yeah,
they do those normally on Fridays, but not every week.
Right.
So they won't have a fight this week, but you can just talk about what it is.
Yeah, in my mind, I definitely want to inquire about how I can get involved in a fight if I wanted to do some fighting.
Sure, you can just go talk to someone at the bar or something.
Yeah, I'll talk to a barman or whatever.
Sure.
Ask him.
So they'll when you ask about it, they'll look you up and down and goes, "It's like, you want to get into one of the prize fights?"
Yeah, why not?
And he looks you up and down and goes, I could think of a few reasons.
I mean, do not be intimidated by my muscular visage.
By
the way, in case you haven't noticed, Utah doesn't know what visage means.
Nope. There's a few things. And he just looks at it and he goes, noted. He says, well, Al picks the fighters. You can come back, in the earlier afternoon or whatnot. There's not going to be a fight this week anyway, so there's some time. But usually Al is the one that ultimately sets up fighters. You can come back and talk to him. You can try and change his mind about it, but he's the man you want to talk to.
All right. Well, when can I come back to talk to Mr. Chowdhury?
You can come back anytime during the day, maybe even tomorrow if you want. Just make sure I'm here so I can see you.
All right. Sounds good. So I'll do that tomorrow then.
All right. So, all right. So we'll go to the next day. So I can fill you in on some stuff. I think Jeremy was he already told me that he was cool with everyone knowing what happened during his thing. I thought he was going to type it up, but so he went looking for his he went looking for some jobs and stuff, right? But he also went looking to pick up to check in on his snake leather stuff just to see how it was going.
Oh yeah.
And that guy's tent was completely empty. Completely packed up and gone.
Oh, no.
So he asked their neighbors of the tents. He went and knocked on those tents. He said, hey, where's he at? And they, he did it in his intimidating version, right? So
Yep.
so you network in the nice version with persuasion. He networks with intimidation.
I don't know. I've been networking with intimidation today.
Yeah. So he, they were like, "What's happening?" And there's like, "Well, Vladimir came by," and he's like, "Who's Vladimir?" He's like, "Well, the Russian came by and they left and they packed up the tent and left." He's like, "What are you talking about?" So he also learned a bit about the Russians. And it would have been today, as a matter of fact. So you guys, your characters wouldn't even had time to disseminate the same information. Because you would have been asleep the last time you heard the word Russian, right? And he would have been he was actually sleeping then because he goes to sleep early and then wakes up early because of his demon head. So he's like, "What the hell are you guys talking about?" Right? And they're like, "Look, that's all we know is he packed up." Right? They packed up all their things and left. So he spent the entirety of this day trying to track down Russians.
Nice. Quick style.
Which brought him here at this time in the evening. So when you go back and ask, he was trying to talk to Al Swearingen.
Got it.
And basically got the cold shoulder. He's like, "Let me talk to him." They're like, "Let me go." And then he's like, "Al's busy." So he waited. And he's like, "Let me talk to Al again." He went up. Al's still busy. He's like, "I'm going to come back tomorrow."
Got it.
So you can even let him know that you also heard about some Russians, right? He's like, "Son of a bitch," right? And he's going to come back tomorrow.
Got it.
Yep. He can also tell you about, he also ran into Seth Bullock and had a chat with him. But I'll let him tell you about that. But that was the first part of his thing. Not that it's secret. He just might do a better job from his perspective of what he learned. Because he actually sat down and tracked down Seth Bullock and said, "Hey, how do you know who I am?" kind of thing. And I'll let him tell you that from his perspective. If not, I can fill you in. But the Russian thing seems intimately familiar because it's very interesting coincidence that you happen to be in the bar at the same time. So, okay.
Rad.
Yeah. So, going into Monday, what would you like to do?
Exactly what I said. I will hang out at the bar.
Mm-hmm. All right, so he's going to come back to the bar the same day, and obviously, right? I think the way you would want to play this is you're not going to act like you know each other then,
right?
Because he didn't know you were here, right, when he did his session. But you both are going to ask to talk to Al today, and it might be best to not talk to act as if you know each other.
Yeah. Yep.
So, because he's also going to come back to the bar today during the daytime to have an audience with Al.
Yeah.
Obviously not about prize fighting. So he's actually coming to ask Al how he knows the Russians.
Oh, cool.
So, yeah.
Actually, I might see if I can set up a fight with a Russian. I might try to convince. We'll see.
Well, you can wait until after he So I'll speed this up a little bit. So what he's able to deduce is that Al had done business with the Russians. So the Russians owned the tent area. And they bought it from Al when they came into town. Al used to own that land with the tent area, and the Russians bought it from him. So he came to but he was unable to figure out where the Russians are. Like, no one seems to figure out where they go. So, because he's like, somebody has to watch them leave, right? And it was like, well, sort of, but then they sort of like disappear into the city. He's like, that doesn't make sense, right? So eventually he went to there. He's like, Al, you sold them the land. Where'd they go? So he's going to have that conversation today, right?
Right.
And he goes, well, yeah, but I haven't seen them in a while. I just sold them the land, and I don't really do business with them ongoingly. So here's what's going to happen today. So you can kind of just figure out what you want to do with this information. So this is what's going to happen, and you can even pretend that he left the bar and you guys kind of chatted and then came back into the bar. He's going to have two conversations. So Al said, does two things. He's going to notice how good he is with a gun, like he's fucking super armored, and going to offer him a job to bodyguard for the bar. and
Cool.
for Al himself, and he's going to hire him today, right? And he says you can start tonight. So he's going to come back and be muscle for the bar because he's looking for like to make money for everyone for the posse. The other thing is, as a favor, he's like, if I see the Russians again, I will tell you that they're coming, and I won't tell them that you're looking for them.
Nice. Cool.
So that is the conversation he's going to end up having with Al today, in the
Nice.
like in the early morning, like or late morning, early afternoon.
Oh, would that happen? Would my conversation with him happen before or after?
I would. It's up to you, but if you're going to pretend that you guys don't know each other, you can kind of wait or something. But
Yeah,
I'm just saying, I'm giving you, Ryan, that knowledge so you can kind of modify your discussion with Al based on that. You can metagame a little bit, is what I'm saying.
Cool. Got it. So yeah, I'll just wait until I can kind of pull his shoulder over.
Sure. So you can just time that. You'll be able to do it, but like you're going to talk to the bar, like, hey, I want to talk to Al. Like he's going to be up in his office, so he's actually has an office on the second floor.
Right.
So you're going to have to talk to the bar, like, hey, I want to speak to Al, and they'll be like, why?
I mean, it's not the same bartender as yesterday.
Yep.
Or no?
Oh yeah. It's like, oh yeah. It's like, so you're back about the fighting thing.
Yeah, I sure am.
So he'll call a guy over to behind him, and if you don't even have to give me a notice for this, but if you did and you heard it, you'd be like, hey, that guy wants to talk to Al about the fighting thing, and the other guy would go like, really? It's like, yeah, he's dead set on it. I thought he was just drunk last night, but he's back, so go tell Al, I guess. It's like, all right, shit. All right. So you see the guy kind of go up the stairs, go all the way around the landing to the far end of the building.
So Travis, if D was listening to this, he'd get a kick at it. In every single campaign, regardless of the RPG, no matter what, there's always this funny thing. Farmer always ends up in the fighting pit. Always. Without fail, I just always find myself pitting myself in some sort of fighting pit, 1v1 against somebody, and always losing.
So
I'm very excited for this.
There's you see him kind of knock. He kind of kicks in. You hear him kind of like some muffled talking. Comes down. He goes like he says, you see him nod, come back down, and starts walking back down. And then you see someone open up, and you see this man actually come back and open the door anyway.
Which man? I know. Oh, whoa. Oh, man, look at this guy.
So I usually have historical pictures. There's actually only 2 historical pictures of Al Swearingen, and they're very like blurry, and he's not the forefront of them. So I had to go with the actor in this case.
Sure.
So he peeks his head out the door and like looks at you, and then you see a small smile come to his head, and he says, "Hey, yeah, come on up."
I will walk up.
All right, so and you see like the bartender's face sort of like kind of like in like awe. So yeah, you can go up the stairs, and again you have to go all the way to the end of the place, go up the stairs, and then come all the way back. So his office is basically over the front door functionally.
Sure.
So you come in, and he's behind a desk waiting for you, right?
I'll
So
walk in.
Come in. So I'm told that you came in last night and asked to be here, and you actually followed up.
Yes, sir.
Have a seat.
I will sit down.
So, first of all, why do you want to fight?
Well, to be honest, would I refer to him as Mr. Swearinger? Is that the best thing?
That might be the best thing for you. You don't know. I mean,
but like, is that like there isn't like another title I would know of, right? Call him.
Other than sir.
Yeah. Okay. I always ask because in D's things, if I don't use the right title, he usually fucks me. though his is much more fantasy based. So I
Oh
wasn't
yeah, no, this is
Uh,
America, man. There ain't no titles except for Misters and Sirs.
well, sir, that is true. I have done quite a bit of fist fighting in my days. I grew up getting beat up pretty hard, and I am aware that this is a source of entertainment for people, and I don't know if I'll win. More than likely, looking at me, I bet I probably will lose, but I guarantee that I'll give you a show of it, and it'll be entertaining regardless. Because here's the thing, I don't go down easy.
He looks at you. So he looks at you. What brought you to Deadwood?
To be honest, friend, I'm traveling with Oh wait, one second. Let me think about how I want to phrase this.
Mm-hmm.
This is giving information out here is very. I can't lie.
You can lie. You will suffer -2 to persuasion, intimidation, and performance rolls.
Yeah, which is on top of the -4 I already have on persuasion.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
And I'm going to modify this. People will get a +2 noticing if you lie. If we're not doing like persuasion rolls.
right. No, totally makes sense. Why does anyone else come to Deadwood? Opportunity. Big city, diverse population, lots of opportunity to make new friends and find other ways to make cash than just sorry, not cash. Find other ways to make my way in this world.
All right, take a Benny. I like you are. I like that you already are working hard to get around your vow of virtue. I appreciate it.
Working very
Done.
hard.
So he studies you, and so he says, "You know what? Come back to me." So we don't have a fight this week. We have a fight next Friday.
Understood.
Come back to me this next Saturday if you're still interested. After you talk to the people in the bar about what happened to the last man. And if you're still interested, you got it.
I'll stand up and say, I appreciate you taking time out of your very busy schedule to even talk to me for a few moments, sir.
Mm-hmm. Now, let's see here. That's his notice on you as he's studying you intently.
I mean, I was honest when I said that.
No, he's just studying you.
Oh,
So,
okay.
Yep. So, he's like, all right. It's like,
I'll leave him if he has anything else for me.
no, he's like, we'll see you on, what did I say, Saturday?
You said Saturday, which would be after the next fight, right?
No. So this Friday there would have been one. He just wants you to come back Saturday.
Cool. Yeah, then I'll wait until then.
Okay. What was your name?
The name's Jack. Utah Jack.
All right. Pleasure.
And I'll leave.
All right.
And I'll spend the day asking people what happened in the last fight. Trying to get the whole recap.
So, the recap was, so most people really don't attend the fights. But from what as you spend maybe another, the rest of the day, some people did, and they start talking about a gruesome sight. The last one, usually the fights are pretty tame, but Al, because they've been tame, he's really been trying to push the fights a bit, and so he's really been bringing in trying to make them more exciting, and so he's really been bringing in special talents and stuff. So he brought in some outside talent. He's brought in some really big dudes. So he had one, he says, oh, this really big black fella came in, and he just, and he brought in this other native fella, and everyone hates the native fella, right? I don't even know where Al gets a native fella that would fight for money. And the native fella just, it looked kind of even for a little bit because the the black guy's so big and brawny, but like that native fella was quick and swift, and then eventually, just like kicked the knee out, and I've never seen a man's leg bend the other way before like a cricket, and the man went down, but that Indian didn't stop, and he came back and sort of like broke his arm and then choked the man out. He didn't kill him though, but I don't know if that fella will ever work again. He was a miner until then, and the guy like shudders and like shoots his drink. It's like, I don't know, man. Al might have gone too far with that. Like people were booing and like no one came to see any of them Indians like beat up on more miners.
Oof. Maybe I don't want to fight. Nah, I'm gonna do it. Whatever.
That's the spirit.
I'm gonna get my ass kicked, and you probably give me like a permanent knee injury or something. But I ain't.
What could go wrong? What could go wrong?
I'm scared, but like I'm here for the fun, man. Like if I can get my ass kicked, it'll be fun.
What could go wrong?
So many things go wrong.
I mean, how low could your fighting possibly be when I open your character sheet?
It's only a D6.
Yeah.
And I have no fighting skills.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, how good could this character I just made up in my head be good at fighting professionally? Yeah, I'm sure he couldn't be higher than a D6.
I almost took a pugilism skill too to be able to punch people and stuff, but I didn't because I wanted other things.
So, all right.
Lodgkins enchant me before we start. It'll be fine.
You're not wrong. That doesn't seem like a bad choice at all.
No.
Enchant these fifth. Or quickness.
Yeah, so, all kinds of things. I mean, he can enchant me from the crowd too. Whatever.
He really can, actually. So, all right. So this seems like a good place to like you caught up to John. Unless you want to do like something. I mean, you don't have. We could go farther, but it seems like you kind of gotten your networking as much as you.
It's like a good spot. I did everything and more that I wanted to do. So.
Okay. Yeah. So you have 2 bennies in case we do something else after your Yosemite trip. But yeah. Anything else you got there that you wanted or?
I think the only thing that I wanted to do otherwise was I wanted to so I got a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Even if I have like a mask on, that -2 for ugliness isn't going away, right?
It can actually. So if you were to hide your face, possibly, but it may just functionally. So like,
how am I gonna meet someone with my face all hidden? You know?
Yeah. So like, if you're trying to just like do normal conversations with people, so like John has ugly and he's harrowed, and he still suffers his ugly penalty because people find it weird to have conversations with someone fully masked.
Right.
In normal polite conversations. But there could be times, right? Like let's say you were outlawing someone, right? And you had a reason to have a mask on. Your persuade roll might not be modified by your ugly in that nuanced situation, right? There could be times or if you were in the dark, right, and persuading someone, your ugly might not actually apply in that particular situation, right? Where you're like the person believes you and wants to believe you, and you're trying to persuade them, but they physically just can't see you for other reasons.
Got it.
Right? Yeah. It's not all knowing and all seeing hindrance, but like if you're in a polite town with a it's like. Yeah, if you have a hoodie on with goggles and stuff, people are like, what the hell's wrong with this dude, right? You're still functionally getting the hindrance.
And is there any way, you said I could use a level up to get rid of a hindrance, or do I need to use 2?
So a major, you're going to need 2. A minor, you can use 1. Yes. So the majors are pretty... So you can get scars like that basically healed, though. But it would require very strong healing.
Yeah.
And it's more power points than like your buddy Old Lodgkins has, which is the reason he hasn't healed it.
But he'll get more power points someday in the future, right?
He can, potentially. I mean, it's literally an edge for him.
Yeah. I'll ask.
Or you could potentially, like you haven't been with any other, so you guys haven't really run into any actual like nice preachers, but
Right.
preachers also, blesseds have healing as well. It's not just shamans.
Right.
Um,
Right.
So it is possible you could run into healers that might be,
Yeah,
be
it
able to
seems
help
like
you.
for wait and see sort of thing.
You haven't just really like you didn't investigate Denver or any of the towns, right? And then you haven't really been among any other natives where there might be other shamans. So you just haven't had the opportunity to be around any other potential healers, if that makes sense.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I think I can wait on the. Like, I don't think.
Or
I wanna-
he might take PowerPoints, and then he would have enough PowerPoints to feasibly heal you.
Right.
The problem is if he fails, he cannot ever heal you again.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
It comes down to I don't want to waste 2 of my level ups.
No, I don't think you do. That's pretty harsh.
In that case, I think I'm good then, buddy. I think I got everything done that I was looking to do.
Cool. Well, that's a good stopping point then. Cool.
Yeah. And that means I'm quite excited to get my ass kicked when I come back.
I'm quite excited to kick your ass. So it's mutual. And finally, let's check in with Lodgeskins to see what he was up to in the last few days. As an opener, why don't you give me a recap of how you saw the last session coming into this one?
Well, we had come into Deadwood, and we had to get some lodging situated and kind of get the lay of the land, which we sort of did. Not a whole lot, but we figured out some basic things, like, for example, the Native Affairs office is not necessarily for my good.
Yeah, it's more for the white people in town. It's part of it's set up as part of the treaty to facilitate it.
Yeah, so we've got a couple things going on. There's a lot of gaming with the prospectors in the town, trying to get their digs on Ghost Rock, and so there's a lot of competition over that. And then the Sioux still are not happy with us, or at least presumably so, because every Sioux that we came in contact is super dead. And I've learned a little bit.
The Sioux doesn't know that was your problem.
True, and I'm hoping to keep it that way. But we also have the problem, or not a problem, but I've kind of learned a little more about the Crow tattooed folks. That's a little more of a youth movement in the tribes, I guess, of natives that don't want to strictly follow the old ways necessarily. And that the guy at the Office of Indian Affairs is
Joseph Bearclaw.
Joseph Bearclaw is sympathetic to that, not necessarily a member. At least he didn't say, but judging by his trappings and all that, it could probably be assumed or implied. So I've definitely taken mental note of that. And then I don't really know what else happened or anything. We haven't killed a marshal yet, so that's good.
No, that's not. That has not happened. So, kind of going into it, that was sort of how you spent your week. The other kind of big thing is you do have this mysterious Actina crystal that you salvaged from that encounter.
Did I take that, or did Jeremy take that?
He gave it to you for the time being because
I'm going to put it in my inventory then.
Yes, because you guys are still investigating it. Because every time that you use your detect Arcana upon it, you still see the swirling mystical energies from the hunting grounds pouring into it. So, you don't fully understand it. Right, so you guys have some thoughts. You guys have been talking back and forth about what to do with it, and it's not very big. It's about something like this, right? Maybe a little bit bigger than the size of a fist, but not much bigger.
Yeah, that's about right.
Yeah, it's red in color, just to put it in perspective. But yeah, so that gives you an idea of what is going on there. So yeah, you have that, and you had your and so that, and you guys decided to skip out on the Grand Central and you have set up tents or a tent out in the tent city. So
Yep, that's about right.
yeah, so today will be the 17th of July, Saturday, but yesterday, so for trappings, that would have been the special edition of the Tombstone Epitaph. Now, whether Lodgkins decides to read, the white man's paper or not, is sort of irrelevant for how big the news dropped, right? Because you can read. It's not that, you speak English, you read English. So whether you decided to grab it or not, and you might have made an exception in this case, it's up to you, but you would have seen people in the hush sort of hit the town. Sort of a pall has come over the town because the front line is the flood strikes, right? And give me a common knowledge roll. This will be at a -2 for you. You haven't really left the Midwest. Okay. So you're not really familiar with the town, but would you have picked up the paper and read it? I know that Matt may have read it, but
I mean, if there's news going on, I don't think
the
Lodgkins
town
wants
would
to
have
be
been
ignorant.
gripped by it. You would have literally seen
Yeah.
everyone pick up this paper.
If it's that calamitous, then yeah, for sure.
So basically, you are not familiar with the town of Los Angeles, but this town has reading from it, has been wiped off the map out on the west from a great flood. Now, there are survivors, but it is clearly a big deal. And reading on the second part, it talks about how the Great Rail Wars 2. And it's just talking about how the rail barons seem to be striking at each other and more. Now, this you would be familiar with, even though, there's, in the Coyote Confederations, there's not really railways. And even in the Sioux lands, when you've been out here, there's only this one railway. You've traveled through the Midwest. And even if you don't travel by rail, you've been through towns and you've seen the devastation of the what the first rail wars has done. You've seen the last war, the devastation and the lasting impacts. And give me a common knowledge roll, just straight. So you're very familiar, right? Now John was less so familiar, but he's also suffering from amnesia. You just know how bloody those have been. You've even seen some firsthand before you've saddled up with John. Seeing the rail when you've been having to come into towns for sometimes for supplies. You've seen even a few spats between rail companies. So
can I pause you for 1 sec? I need to go grab something for Kate.
Yeah, sure.
It'll be like just a sec.
Sure.
sorry about that. Kate went running, and it started pouring as halfway through her run, so she was soaked. And I was like, you should give me towels.
Oh, sure. So anyway, you would have seen some of the devastation even firsthand, just the lasting impacts, right? Now, this trouble between the two stories, this troubles the town. You can see that the town is bothered quite a bit. Now, you can tell that the people in this town, they live in this encircled city, almost besieged city in the Siouxland. But listening to the people around the town, it's less so that they're worried about some of the rail barons having any trouble here. There's only one rail company in town, but many of the miners come here by themselves and send the money home, and their families are in the Midwest, and they're just worried. So a pall has sort of taken over the town of Deadwood, and sort of just everyone's on edge and worried once the news hits. So that's the setting going into the weekend.
All right.
Mm-hmm. So just setting the stage.
Yeah, it's a pretty interesting set.
So the Saturday is yours. When you wake up, you and Utah sort of go out and decide to do your own business. John is up and early as usual and already out of the tent.
All right, that makes sense. So what's our tent like
You're able to find some pretty big tent. There's someone selling cheap tents. You kind of have a little space off to yourself. There's off looking at this map, it doesn't really do it justice. You can just see that the tents sort of start off to the western side of the city. They just kind of sprawl out. Some are tents sort of are bundled together as they're closer to the city, and as you get farther and farther west, they get more and more sparse.
Okay.
Yep. So it just keeps going out towards the west. So you guys are generically kind of out here.
Give or take, how long do we have till my vision takes place?
Somewhere in the early to mid-September, so quite some time.
So a couple months, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
You guys hooked it all right.
Yeah. It was pretty exciting. So I talked to Mr. Bearclaw.
Mm-hmm. So out of curiosity, do you get do you care? Have you been looking at this crystal at all? Do you care about it? I mean, you guys haven't really
absolutely. It's like at least a prized possession at this point.
So what I'm saying is you can do occult on it. You could have been studying it. Is that something you have been doing in your spare time?
Well, this is the start of it, I guess, right? So, yeah, that's definitely on my docket list. So let's do that.
Do you want to spend some time? So I'll give you an occult roll if you want to rush it, but you won't really need the occult roll if you want to dedicate time towards it. If that makes sense.
Do this. Let's take. A couple of the things I wanted to do in addition to all the sleuthing and stuff is I want to finish making that spear out of the Actinahorn, and I wanted to check out this crystal and kind of like divine it.
Okay. So do you want to sort of spend the day doing those activities instead of
let's do that
on your Saturday?
I can burn a day.
Okay, yeah. You don't have to. You're not in a rush. Everyone's sort of scattering around, but this could just be your sit back and.
Yeah, we've got a while. I know. Something is probably bound to happen between now and September to set these events in motion. So I'm not like too pressed on like sleuthing. I definitely want to do it, but I understand that like I'm not going to find anything crazy right now.
All right, so let's say you do both of those. I don't think you really need anything for your crafting on your spear. Let's just say that you can just move towards that. So if you want to dedicate your day and just sort of like take a rest day, let's say you spend a mixture of your power points in your occult roll. So give me an occult roll.
All right.
With a raise, so you didn't even pass.
I'm going to spend a penny.
I suspected. So I'll say with a raise though, so you're going to make some progress. With a raise, you're going to learn a lot more today.
Okay. If I spend a penny, I have to go with the second result, right?
No, it's the best of results. It's only if you crit fail do you have some sort of issue.
All right. Well, I tried. I'm gonna
right.
keep 2 pennies.
So what you're going with is, so you have your Detect Arcana on, right? So you're going, just kind of looking and pouring into this, right? And what you're discovering is, right, you just keep, it's already been removed from the Octena. So you've already long ago discovered that it being embedded in the Octena is the Octena is not really what was necessary for it. The crystal itself is special, and you've already kind of learned that a few other things, right? John is getting his leathers, or trying to craft some leathers out of the scales and the snake skin to see if that will be useful. You're crafting a spear out of it, even if it's no more than a mundane spear. You'll have some sort of prize to say that you've killed this mythical creature, right? So there's that to it. This crystal is special, and you have an idea of perhaps drawing power, right? It is drawing, continually seeming to the swirling mystical energies from it. So you try and draw energy from it, and you do so, and you are able. So mechanically, what happens? You are able to draw 5 power points from it. But you take 1 fatigue for doing it.
Interesting. I will write that down.
Mm-hmm.
Now, do I feel that, like... UPS guy. Do I feel that, like, I have more to discover about this thing, or that I've, like, thoroughly...
No. You think you could potentially, like you feel exhausted, like it's not exhausted, right? It's like 1 fatigue point. You feel winded a bit, and now you spend you find that very interesting, right? So this mechanically is very similar to like spending a Benny to draw energy, right? So mechanically you took back your 5 power points. Now you're not doing anything, so you could have just rested, but that happens, right? And you have your Detect Arcana up, and you see like the drain on the crystal itself sort of empties, so it has it becomes very, very faint. But then as you sort of peek back in on it with your Detect Arcana, you see it start of glowing back up. So it's almost like refilling with magical energy.
So this is essentially what I can like discern from it is basically a magic battery.
That's at least one of yes.
That's like a part of its function.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But it might be worth studying some more, yes.
Alright, so I assume that's like my bit for the day on that.
Well, no, you can still you can still continue crafting your spear, but that's as much as you're going to get out of your days.
I want to finish up the spear and just make it like a war spear out of it.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it's going to imply any bonuses. It could just be a trapping. That's fine.
For now, you're going to have, and I have it already in the gear, so I'm going to put a spear. I'll just add it here. Oh, I didn't put a spear in the. Oh, I'll have to create a spear, so we'll just go then and do that later. I thought I already built a spear and put it into this.
I can build one right now for you.
Sure, if you want. You can. It's not worth doing or detracting. So, all right. So that'll be most of your day, right? You sort of take an off day, and everyone kind of comes back, right, and kind of does their own thing, and you kind of just rest. You actually get to bed earlier than both the other two come back.
Gotta get that old man rest.
Yeah, well, you don't really notice the difference, but they kind of come back kind of late, right? But yeah, I mean, you're still kind of fatigued until you sleep. You're winded. Like it is draining to pull the energies out of the crystal.
Yeah. Again, no rush. Just doing my thing.
Yep. So on the next day, you can also kind of again investigate it. Now, at any point, mechanically, I will say that if you want to like spend a longer period of time, you can kind of skip the rolls. This is to, right? Like if you want to say, I want to just spend the week studying this thing, you can kind of skip rolls and you will just learn more about it. But you will be dedicating more of your time. This is so you can split your time, right? This is sort of like the occult role is letting you have like potential breakthroughs, if that makes sense.
Okay. Let me
Otherwise,
ask you
what
this:
would you like to do on your Sunday?
How long is this our individual session supposed to take place in game?
So they only went through like 3 days. We could go farther than
Okay.
that. I was thinking like a week is most we would do.
All right. Well,
I was sort of surprised they only went 3 days, but they were very active.
yeah, that is shorter than I would imagine.
Shorter than I imagined.
Yeah. I'll tell you what. So I'm gonna let this thing recover, and I know it's drawing in more energy, but we're going to. So yeah, we'll rest. We'll finish the day out like you said, and the next day, I'll finish my spear if I have to do that,
Yeah,
and
you
I'll
can just wrap
try.
it up
I'll
in the
try
morning.
one more occult roll on this thing.
Sure. Oh, there you go. Okay, with a raise. So what it dawns on you that perhaps so the first day you took it and you decided, you'd already spent some of your power, right? And you decided to draw power to replenish yourself. It dawns on you that perhaps you could, and you don't do this right away, but maybe you could draw on the power from it in addition to your max power.
Interesting.
Maybe as part of a ritual or something along those lines.
So I could use this to take me above my threshold.
Yes.
Interesting.
But you'd have to figure out something to try it with. But it dawns on you that maybe that's something else that you could draw on it in addition to while using your powers.
I think I know what I want to try it on.
Okay.
I want to try to heal Utah's Scar. That takes more power points than I currently have.
That's right. But you will have to do that when actually in session or something. But not not in the next 3 days when he's busy, if that makes sense.
Got it.
But yes, it dawns on you to at least give it a shot.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Can you make a note of that? I'll try to do the same.
Sure. I mean, shockingly, I already have a note of that.
Alrighty then.
Also, it also dawns on you with your roll that perhaps what you guys were also tinkering with, that it may possibly, if fastened to a weapon, and you're not sure of this, but it might, and you don't know how to experiment with this, but because it's constantly drawing energy from the hunting grounds, it might possibly imbue something it is embedded with power from the hunting grounds. But you're not positive of that, but you don't have any other way of testing it until it's in some sort of weapon or item and you're in the moment.
Okay.
So you could potentially put it in a gun, you could put it in your war club, you could try and fasten it into a spear of some sort.
I might as well try to embed it in my war club.
Okay. That'll take some more time. You don't have to do it now if you want to go do something else. But again, that's something as a to-do.
Oh, that's what I wasn't going to do the spear. That's right. I was going to put the horn on my war club.
You're going to you're going to serrate your war club, right?
Yeah, essentially. Just use a horn instead of like a flint piece or whatever I have.
Yeah, that's right. I was going to say I forgot. I was like, where's the spear coming from? I mean, you could make a spear with it, but.
So you know what? I'm going to take.
That's fine. We can just say you went back and did it with your war club.
So it's going to be basically 2 days I'm spending on like socketing this thing and doing all that.
Okay.
So Saturday, Sunday I'll do that.
Okay.
And then I think I think it's time for me to go on a little journey into the bush.
Okay. Where would you want to go on a Monday then?
Hold on, let me account for my peyote. Alright, well, I want to, let me see if I can find... Do you have the map of Siouxlands?
Yep. Let's take you back. There. Hold on. I do. I just got to pull it up into there correct.
Do these cards count for the next time we do one of these sessions, or just this one?
If we do a full session, everyone will get their.
But if we do another one of these, it's just the same cards.
Yes.
All right. And you said the year is 1880, right?
Yep.
Has 10,000 arrows happened yet?
No. But I didn't feel like spending the energy to delete it off the map.
Gotcha. And you said the ambush is supposed to happen like around here.
You would see it more like around in this general vicinity in these woods. Somewhere in these woods.
Okay, we're going there. We're going to check it out.
Okay. I mean, that's going to be, like I said, more like a day's ride out, like you did last
so I'm going to do a day's ride out, and then I'm going to spend like a day at least there, and then a day's ride back. So 3 days.
All right, so you sort of tried doing this before, right? To get an idea, and you had an idea. So what do you give me an idea before you head out? What are you aiming to do this time?
Well, in my vision, I just saw like a battle happening. It wasn't over anything. It wasn't for some reason.
Right, you saw the middle, sort of like a half vision. You saw an ambush, you saw them being ambushed, and you saw basically the tail end of it where they're the death of right, and then it zooms out. Yeah, you don't have context. The spirit really didn't know, it just knew that it needed to be stopped.
You know what, let me ask this instead. Would I know of any, actually, you know what, before I go out, before I do anything, I want to talk to Mr. Bearclaw.
Okay.
So I'm going to go to his office first thing in the morning.
Alright. So on a Monday, now this time when you show up, it will be much busier. Well, not much busier, but it'll be at least somewhat busier. There will be people, white men coming in and out of the building, right? Because there will be people trying to come in and gather their permits. So,
Okay.
There'll just be people in the building, and they'll see you come in and sort of just be sort of surprised. And there'll be a line on the outside, and there will be other people in the office, other workers other than Joseph in the office.
Okay. Yeah. Well, are any of them native?
Yes.
Okay. I assume it's a fairly busy place, so I'll just wait to be seen by whoever sees me first.
Sure.
Like, as far as, who will sit down and talk to me.
Well, as you're sort of waiting, Joseph will notice that you've come back in and will wave to you to come around and open the side door for you to step back into his office.
I'll do that.
So, yeah, and everyone just sort of like, you're kind of noticeable, right? That another native came in, sort of waited in line and then got seen in. So
yeah.
There's a bit of gawking. And he'll say, "Oh, Mr. Lodgeskins, what brings you back?"
Well, I've been trying to figure out the lay of the land outside of Deadwood here, and I was wondering if you had anybody or knew anyone who keeps tabs on the going on of the Sioux tribes around here and all the other natives who I could talk to.
Well, I've
been thinking of going and seeing the chiefs here, and I guess trying to open up talks with them.
Well, I suppose, that there's a few, but there's not really the Sioux in the surrounding area usually coordinate with me, but they're usually on patrol duty to adhere to enforce the treaty. The actual, the rest of the people are much farther east, tending to the actual land. So there's, who are you looking for? What are you looking for? So that I may know better.
I suppose a guide would be in order.
Oh, I guess I could arrange a guide. Do you want to go out into the Black Hills?
No, I'd like to go to the north.
To the north? You mean along the trail? Where are you headed?
To the woods northeast of here.
Oh, I should warn you. It's a bit more dangerous. There's lots of travelers, but I mean, yeah, I could probably arrange something in a few days. I'd have to call some braves in from the surrounding hills.
In a few days, you say? Okay.
Well, mostly, it's not that I can't get someone in sooner, but I would want to make sure that I have enough patrols to fill in the gaps. But certainly, yeah.
I understand. When should I come see you about this?
Well, let me see. I could get someone Wednesday.
Okay, let's do Wednesday then.
Sure. All right.
Okay, then I'll leave him alone, and I'll give him another cigar for his trouble.
He thanks you very much. He said, "I don't like to." He kind of looks over to the other clerks there and kind of like takes it and is like, "Thanks you," on the fly. It's like, so.
The other clerks are natives?
Yeah.
How many of them are there?
Just 2 others.
I'll give them each a cigar as well.
He looks and he goes, they practice the old ways they take the old ways pretty seriously. So are you?
Cigars are like not sacrilege.
Oh no, yeah, I thought these were like white man cigars that you had gotten in town. Or are these like hand wrapped cigars?
Well, we got them in like hand wrapped cigars in Colorado.
Okay.
So I assumed sorry, we didn't really discuss.
Yeah. So if they're like white man cigars, he'll be like, he likes them quite a bit, but he might, like, for tradition's sake, be kind of like, they probably won't like these.
Alright, well, I'll keep them then.
Yeah. Basically, you get the idea that the other 2 clerks are a lot less thrilled to have this job than he is, but they don't want to trust white men that oversee other white men's permits.
For the record, my intention of buying these cigars was to offer as like a peace treaty to any Sioux we ran into here, or on the way here. So I would have done that with the assumption that like it's kosher.
Oh, okay. Well, that's just what he's saying.
Gotcha. All right. Just for your information.
Sure.
But if they don't want
it just depends on
fine.
what they look like and what they look. That's mostly what they look like is what I'm getting at. So
yeah.
So, all right. Well, you have what are you gonna do with the rest of your days? I guess. What other spells do you have?
I have Detect, Conceal, Arcana, Banish, Smite, Deflect.
See.
Sloth and Speed and Healing.
So is healing the only spell that'll go over your max?
I believe currently, yeah.
Okay.
Unless I wanted to like detect Arcana, like on a fuck ton of people.
Okay. All right. So
which I could conceivably do, actually.
Sure.
But I'm gonna not without reason.
Depends on how you want to test it. So, if you want to test it for the first time on his injuries, but I guess if it didn't work, it wouldn't fail, so to speak. But other than if whether you want to test it while Ryan, the person, is not here, but yeah, after his 3 days are gone, you can just do it. So
I'll talk to Ryan about it.
Okay. I just
offline.
You do need to succeed because if I'm reading your spell right, you only get 1 chance at this, so it can't fail.
Yeah. Let's see. Yep, healing permanent injury. Yeah, only 1 casting.
So the time to do it is when you have spare bennies to make sure it does not fail.
Well, I get free rerolls too.
Yeah, but I just meant. So now is a pretty good time to try it. So anyway, otherwise we can just go to Wednesday and you can head out.
So when does Ryan's thing done?
So
when did he end? He ended
Tuesday,
Tuesday,
on
right?
Monday.
Monday. Okay.
Everyone's
well,
ended on Monday.
If that's the case, and I'm all caught up to where they are, then I would actually, let's see if
do what you want to do, because what they want to do would speed up. So when we get back, we're gonna like narrate what they want to do and time jump. So doing what you want to do is fine.
I'm gonna message Ryan right now.
Yeah, because the stuff that they want to do is fine. We can even, we could do what they wanted to do on that Tuesday and leave your. We can even roll your roll and hold it in time. It's just mostly if you have to spend bennies on it or not.
Okay, he's in.
Uh-oh.
Alright, so we're essentially caught up to where they're at, right?
Yep. If you go to Tuesday.
Oh, if I go to Tuesday?
Yep. Which you have 2 days. Yep.
So what, today's Monday? So yeah, and I have all of Monday. So... Alright, well, I'm gonna finish, let's see, for today.
Mm-hmm. Like I said, we can continue on and come back to this if Ryan jumps in.
I don't think he's gonna jump in, but he said I could do it.
Okay.
But we'll do it Tuesday.
Alright.
Because, so, in case that scar would affect any of his rolls on Monday. Does that make sense?
That's the reason I know. That's the reason you're not doing it on Monday.
Yeah.
Right? You're gonna like, because it also takes like an hour prep and stuff, and he's busy. So, right?
Okay.
And he's timid. He's like, wait, what? What are you gonna do? I don't know. That sounds weird.
Dude, I'm just gonna give him some peyote and he's gonna deal with it. That's what's gonna happen.
Yep. You're like, look, man, Then you sit him down and you're like, Utah, you've been a whiny little bitch for like 3 weeks at this point. Shut up and let me do this.
Okay. I have another question. Am I like, as a native, am I like kind of free to roam the area around here?
So people are standoffish about you, but they're not. They're giving you a wide berth and.
No, I don't mean in town. I mean like the Black Hills and stuff like that.
You don't really know, but I mean, based on your conversations with Joseph, he would have gotten you a guide.
You know, while I'm at Joseph's, I'll ask him about that. Like,
okay.
You know, what are my like rights as a native here, and as essentially an ally of the Sioux, being Cheyenne?
Well, he'll note, just to speed it up, he'll note that the Black Hills are sacred to the Sioux. So while you are a treasured ally, they would prefer if you are accompanied with someone of the nation.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, what about the rest of the Sioux lands? I mean, we pretty much already established that, like, me personally, as long as I'm not bringing around outsiders and white folk, I'm pretty permitted there.
Fine, yeah. Though, again, it would be preferred if you were known to have been there, but yeah, you're not unwelcome. Yeah.
Cool.
I mean, you just asked for a guide, right? So he's trying to arrange a guide for you. But, like, yeah, you're not unwelcome in Sioux lands.
Okay. There's really, like, it doesn't
feel... He does
feel...
note that, just make it... there have been occasional Pawnee raids and stuff, but usually nowhere near this far north, right? But...
Damn Pawnee. So there have been Pawnee raids. Okay. That's an interesting bit of information.
They're not very common.
And the Pawnee raids happen to the south of here, right?
Yeah, southwest.
Yeah.
Yeah, that part's not untrue.
Yep. That's good to have that confirmed. Yeah, I don't really like this town. I'm not super sure about what to be doing since I'm trying to stick to old ways and I don't want to be going to
no, that's fine.
the house or gym theater.
So if you want to be filled in on some of the stuff that they've been doing,
Yeah.
So one of the
just,
things I know that you guys were looking for to do was like find work to pass time.
Yes, actually, that's a good point. I'm gonna. Is there like a, I don't know, like a bulletin board, or is it all like saloon based here, or like what?
So they address that. There's really no bounty boards. There's not really bounties to do in Deadwood. So they ran into that problem. They both decided they wanted to go to Chinatown. They asked me if there were bounty boards there, and I said, sure, they're all in Chinese. I'm going to summarize this very quickly. John ultimately got hired as muscle at the gym theater. So he's now being paid $50 a month equivalents.
Oh, that's not bad.
And then, so that's like $12.50 a month, or $12.50 a week. And Utah has agreed and then signed up to do the prize fighting at the gym theater independently, and had no idea that John had signed up to be muscle at the gym theater in not this upcoming Friday, but the following Friday, and has also been in his sort of networking in the tent city, has sort of found out that there are some miners that, while they don't have the initial money, because it's $100 to get a permit just to mine in the Black Hills, then another $200 to set up a stake. Right? So before you can even start mining legally, it's $300. A lot of miners come out here and they don't have that money. Right? So a lot of them come out here and they go out at night and illegally mine to try and get enough money initially to just legally mine. So he didn't pose as a miner. He said, so he was, once he got enough good networking out there, he basically was approached and said, well, if you're ever looking to bodyguard for people like that, so he might be approached later to like go out at night and like guard miners that are illegally mining while they try and gather ghost rock.
Who hunts for people that are illegally mining? Is there official law enforcement from Deadwood? The Sioux?
Literally the Sioux.
Right. Okay. Question. Inverse question. Am I able to, like, assist the Sioux and, like, go look in the hills at night?
I mean, you could talk to Joseph while you're there. I mean, you get to say, hey, can I assist with any... Like, you haven't asked him that, but you could be like...
I'll do that, yeah.
So that was what I was saying. Like, you could also ask, like, is there anything I could help with while I'm here?
Do you hire Braves or whatever to go out and do that? Or is it all just, like, community service?
So, he'll look you up and down, right? Because you're old, right? And
I'll say some proverb like, the oldest eagle is the swiftest or some shit.
Yeah. So he'll look you up and down, and he's like, you would go out and patrol? You're not even Sioux.
Sioux are my friends. I am in their land. What can I do to help them?
And he looked at you and he goes, well, we don't really need the extra help, though I do appreciate the offer. And he says, I mean, you're always welcome to go out and with some of the patrols. Nonetheless, we would welcome the help. We don't pay. It is part of the necessities of that, though I imagine I could probably find, if you're in need of money, we could find some sort of pay. And he looks at you and he says, you're a medicine man, maybe we could work something out. And then he says, actually, there is something, since you are a medicine man, that you might be able to help us with if you have time.
Of course, I'd be honored to help.
Well, no, I mean, you know what? Never mind. It's very rude for me to have even asked, and you are a guest in our nation.
Please, Joseph, I am offering. I'm gonna go ahead and try to, like, convince him, like, no, like, I'm asking you. It's not no trouble at all.
I mean, well, so we've been hearing stories, very odd stories. So we've been hearing stories from both the white men and some of our braves, and it's now that I've been hearing it from our braves is why I'm being a little troubled. So there's this area that the white men call Satan's Garden. It's about 5 miles southwest of Deadwood. And it's a place that's permanently on fire. The details are less relevant, but basically some stupid white men, because if you know that it's all ghost rock that they're mining out in the hills, but someone stupidly lit one of the mines on fire, and ghost rock is very, very flammable. It's permanently on fire. It's very, very smoky and everything else, but nonetheless, I digress. The miners have always been nervous about it, have claimed that they see shadows and almost reptilian creatures out there, and we laugh at them, cowardly yellow white men. But lately, some of our patrols have said that they have also seen what they think have been shadowy, almost reptilian creatures out there. And I don't believe it, but it's not known for the Sioux to mix things up. And I don't really have a lot of spare braves to go and investigate this while also keeping an eye on all these white men. Since that paper, I don't know if you probably don't read the paper, but the whole town is on extra edge lately, and I've had to step up the patrols out in the mines or out in the hills because we've had more people going out there trying to mine illegally, to send money home, and I don't have a lot of spare capacity. So if you, and you said you brought friends in town, if I recall.
Oh, they're white men.
That is fine, but if maybe you could just see if there's any truth to this and just come back to me.
Well, this is in the Black Hills, is it not?
In this regard, it would be okay. I would give you permission to investigate this, but yes, it is in the Black Hills.
Okay. Could you set me up with some paperwork?
Oh, certainly. And he just goes to his desk and
just kind of like writes me a writ or whatever.
Yeah, he writes a writ and says, that, and he comes back and he scribbles. And it's like on official paper, and he like actually goes and he stamps it, and it's one of those like notary seals. It's an ink with an actual imprint, and it's written by him and it's signed by him, and it basically says that on official business from the Sioux Nations, and it's not written like it's not written like the people, but it's written like in the white man's language. He's like, this is all I have, right? This is what I would give any white person, but this is what I have. But this would let you go. It's like a permit. This would allow you to travel.
As long as I have something to show any natives that might roll up on me.
Oh, absolutely, not a problem. But But you would be doing us a great service to check this out and just see what's going on. If there's any danger, I would also appreciate if you could take care of it, but do not go any farther than you need to. This is not your problem.
Okay, and what is it exactly you would like me to find out? If these reptilians are true, or you need me to cleanse the place? What's going on here?
Well, the important part would be to see if there's any truth to the matter, because, again, the place is very, very... Well, it's on fire and very
I understand.
shadowy,
yeah.
So people see things in shadows. So I'm not sure there's ever really anything there. But if there is, we would, of course, appreciate any assistance that you can if there is something that has decided to take up residence into the area. But I don't want you to endanger yourself.
I gotcha.
I mean, like I said, let the younger people handle this. And he puts a hand on your shoulder.
So I kind of like, whatever. I got it. I'm old. But I appreciate his concern, and I'll thank him and walk out.
Then he goes, well, do you still want the guide then for...
Yes, set me up with the guide for Wednesday, please.
Okay, sure.
It shouldn't take long, because it's Monday, right? And I have 2 days to basically figure this out. My plan is, so it's only 5 miles, so it should only take me, like, a couple hours to get there. Because I have a horse, I have beaded eyes. And so I was just going to go out myself once it gets dark out. And basically go visit this place at night.
Okay. Sure. All right. Sounds good.
So I'm gonna finish doing my occult stuff for the day.
Oh, you already did that. Yeah.
Or right, sorry, my war club shenanigans, and then
you're good on that.
Get some sleep, and then go out that night.
So, I guess it's not worth bothering. Your what is? Let me see the stats on your war club real quick.
Okay. It's strength plus D8 with an AP of 2.
All right, so it already has AP 2. The Katana stuff will in fact give it a plus 2 damage.
Alright, I've edited that.
Turns out it was a very magical creature.
Hooray!
And if John ever gets his armor back from the Russians, then he might also be very happy with his armor.
Oh no, the Russians. Not your armor, our armor.
So, okay. Let's go back to the scenes then, because you are traveling around and about Deadwood.
Alright.
So, yeah, you're gonna take your horse out of the livery, right? Are you gonna go at night or in the evening and head out? Is the plan?
I want to.
Or you can just head out now. I mean, what do you want to do?
I want to head out. Basically, like as the sun is setting, so I have light enough to get there, but it should be dark. I should be there while it's dark to observe it at night.
Okay. Give me 1 second.
Also, the cowboy jams are awesome.
We don't get a lot of those now that you're in town, so I'm happy you guys are heading out. So, yeah, let's see here. So yeah, you have a general direction, generally head southwest, and you start heading out. You start generally you head that way. You are intercepted by some patrols, right? And you kind of just show them the writ, and because they stop you and you show them the writ, and they kind of look at you odd because you're a native with this writ, and then you explain what's going on, and they go, "Oh, okay," and they're like, "Can you?" And you just kind of like, "Hey, can you point me to it?" And they just give you directions, right? They just like, "Oh, it's this way," so you don't really even need the survivor rolls in this case, right? Like you get some extra directions, huh?
I said perfect. That's pretty much exactly what I was hoping for.
Yeah. So but you once you start heading out into the Black Hills, you do see Sue sort of like looking around, right? They are definitely a presence. So let me see. So as you start approaching, it's definitely getting evening, right? And as you start approaching, it starts getting warmer and a glow in the southwest. And there's just start getting smoke, and there's a smoke sort of visage in the distance. So you can't help but start seeing it anyway, like it's sort of a landmark.
Yeah.
So let me see. We got to pull the rules out here. Hold on, I thought I had the rules like put in here, but apparently I don't, because I'm an idiot. There it is. I'm gonna need a vigor roll. Well, actually, you're smart enough, right? You're gonna kind of put something over your face because there's going to be an increasing amount of like heat and smoke. Basically, like ash is starting to fall down, like snow coming into the area.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a rag and.
But you still need the vigor roll.
Okay.
All right, I think you're gonna pass there, even with some minuses. Just looking for smoke. Normally I leave myself notes here. All right. So as you're passing through, everything is getting darker. Give me a notice roll. And it's going to be at a minus. It's actually going to be at a -4 between the darkness and the sort of smoke and haze that just starts permeating everything around here.
Okay, before we get into it, I have a plan about how I want to do this.
All right, give it to me. Tell me what you
So
doing.
I want to get there and then figure out like.
Just to give you a. So this is a forested area, but it's almost like there's a permanent sort of like the trees are sort of increasingly dead. So as you're coming in, the trees are fine, but it's like this smoky haze. As you start coming in more, it's sort of like a permanent forest fire. The area is not on fire. Farther in is on fire, right?
Right.
I think there's this place in Pennsylvania too that's like this permanent like coal mine that's permanently on fire. I don't know if you've ever heard of it.
No, well, actually, probably,
But that's what this place is. So there's this basically deep
so there's
in.
basically a big fire pit in the center
Yes, right, and
with
then
trees
it's kind
surrounding it.
Yeah, well, this place has been damaged. So farther out, there's still a forest, but it's kind of creating this smoky ash around it.
Basically, my plan is to figure out like where the edge of the light is created by this, and then hide just beyond that edge so that I can observe everything within the light radius.
All right, so you're gonna leave your horse, or are you gonna keep coming in with your horse?
I'm gonna tie my horse off at the edge of the forest, or at the edge of the ashy area. I don't want my horse getting all fucking diseased and shit from this.
Yeah, that's fine. That makes more sense. All right, so you're gonna start. It starts getting kind of bad, and you're like, all right, let's leave. What's your?
And then
horse's beat it eyes.
Beat it us, yeah. And then my I want to, if I like hear anything, like use Detect Arcana to like peer out and see any kind of movement that I would have trouble. So as long as I can hear something, I'll be using Detect Arcana.
Okay. So, but you're gonna wait till then first, basically.
Yeah, because it doesn't last so long.
Okay. So, I guess I should have some dice out.
Alright. And now you'll need a notice roll from me regardless, right?
Yeah. So again, with the heat and haze, it is very hard to start making things out.
Okay. And again, I'm more listening than I am looking at this point.
Are you being stealthy approaching at all?
Oh yeah, my plan is to like find a place and hide to observe
give me
from.
A stealth roll as well.
Okay. I am unseen.
Yep, you are. Let's see how unseen though. Very unseen. So you're having trouble like noticing anything coming up, right? But you're coming up, and so how close are you getting to this thing again?
I literally basically I want to get close enough to where I can hide without being like in the lit up by the light source, but close enough to observe everything that goes on in and around the light source.
Okay. Give me another vigor roll, and it's going to be at -2 because it is getting exceedingly hot around this thing. Like, if you're going to get close to the mine, it's going to be very, very hot, and it's going to be a lot of smoke.
Okay, that's without the -2, but with the -2, it'd still be a pass.
All right, so you're gonna have to, and the smoke is incredibly bad, right? So you're gonna have to start making vigor rolls almost every round you're here. Do you have anything that can help with that? Out of curiosity, I don't know if you do. You might not, other than having a mask on, so we can delay the amount of. So let's say you can just crouch down to the ground a little bit. So we'll delay how often you need to make vigor rolls, but it's bad.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, since I'm hiding, I guess the idea is to get low, not be very active, and just kind of control my breathing a little bit.
Okay. All right, Jedi.
Sure, whatever.
Jedi Lodge skins. All right. Give me another notice roll. And it'll be straight for hearing, and then -4 again. Or -2 for the light source, and like I'm applying all sorts of different modifiers, right?
Alright, so that's the seeing. So
the key is
just a 6 success.
Yeah. So you do start seeing a lot of shapes around the pit. No. It's not separate notice rolls. We can just apply all the modifiers necessary. You start hearing a lot of movement.
Okay, I'm gonna try to silently cast Detect Arcana.
Well, hold on. You can also see some of the shapes around in the fog, and a lot of them. Let's see how many.
Okay.
You can see 7 crawling around, and they have almost salamander-like shapes. They're on 4 legs with long tails. And they're about dog-like size, so they're way bigger than like a salamander should be. So like Komodo dragon size for Matt's purposes. You've never seen anything like it, Lodgeskins.
Okay.
And they're just skittering around.
I still want to see if they're magical.
Okay. You don't pick up any particular like anything of that.
Not like with the antenna, right? Like
no.
Yeah. So this is they're just fucking monsters. Got it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Can I tell if they're like interacting with the burning ghost rock at all, or
they're just skittering around at the moment? But they don't seem to have detected you.
Okay, I'm just gonna observe them for a while.
All right. All right, give me another vigor roll.
At -2?
It's going to be like a -3 overall because of the heat and the smoke. The smoke is very bad. Okay. So, give me a stealth roll as well. And this is going to be modified by a -2. Actually, it's not a -2. You're actually very, very stealthy. What I'm concerned with is you coughing.
I gotcha. Yeah.
So you're actually very, very stealthy in all the smoke and haze. I'm just worried, like, so you pass, you didn't actually cough. Like, you're worried about making a noise. So, yeah, you're good. They still haven't really picked up on you, but they're starting to move around and scatter out. So you're going to have to like change your position, or you might just get accidentally moved up upon.
Okay. So they're not really like doing anything in particular. Are they like feeding on anything, or? Okay. I'll try to creep back a little bit.
Okay. So we'll use I'm not gonna make you reroll stealth again, but yeah, we're gonna use your stealth there. But yeah, they seem to be like sort of scattering out and then moving out and about. So I mean, I'm not sure what your plan here is, but you see it. So one gets near you, and give me a spirit roll for the fear check, because I'll describe what you see in a moment. Okay. Oh yeah, there's fear modifiers for being in the Black Hills. The fear, yeah, you just failed.
Hey, don't worry, I get a free reroll.
Yeah, but let me tell you what it is. So you get a fear at -3. Okay.
Easy, Travis.
All right, that's good, because what you see is it is a salamander, right? Like almost like a Komodo dragon. It is covered in red red scales. It is emitting its own heat, though. And as it passes by you, you feel the heat coming off of it as well. And you realize it is emitting its own heat source and has this long tongue and sort of just it has its own sort of like chalky brimstone smell to it, and it just seems unnatural in its own way.
Okay.
And it just has its own sort, and it's not slow. It has its own sort of like weird, erratic
it can like
pace.
skitter, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, is this the...
Yeah,
is this
you
the only
realize
one
that
around
if
me
it
right now?
decided to chase you, you would have trouble.
Is this the only one around me right now?
At the moment, yes. But there's others, and they're just sort of in an almost erratic pattern moving around this place.
Okay, so I guess what my question is if I like attack this thing, is it gonna like draw attention from the others?
It would be hard to attack it quietly. So, unless you could get it in one hit.
Okay. How does like ambushing work in this game?
So if you get the drop on it, you would have +4 to your roll, your action roll, and then +4 to your damage.
Okay, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna like as it walks by me, I'm just gonna like wait till it's like looking away from me and just fucking wallop that shit.
All right.
So we can do mini combat. I need to see my cards again. I think they're on the other screen, the Deadwood screen.
Oh, that's right. You shouldn't have drawn them on. You should have kept them in your hand, son.
Oh, it wouldn't let me for some reason. Or it would, but then it was blocking your face.
Oh, my face.
Your pretty face. I know one of them had to do with like a duel, and the other one was supporting characters and whatnot.
Anyway, so now we're back here.
Okay, so I assume this wouldn't be a duel.
This is not a duel. I'm going to deal you both cards for the sake of dealing cards. You have a Joker, so take a Benny.
Easy.
Barely an inconvenience.
And I'm gonna play Shaken in Their Boots.
So what does that do?
Play in a combat situation, your character does or says something that is so shocking that brings the area to standstill. All their characters, friends, or foe are shaken, and I'm just gonna say that he's shaken because of the ambush.
Now, if you play that, they will be alerted to your presence.
Oh, interesting. Alright, well, I'll hold it back then.
Because you're going to do something that is so terrifying. So you will shake all of them, but they will know you're present.
Okay, I'm just going to try and wallop this one very quietly.
Alright, so you're going to have +6 because you actually drew a Joker.
Okay. So just a fighting check?
Mm-hmm. So that
I'm going to spend a Benny.
Okay.
Alright, I'll keep the old roll.
So, but you have a +6. So that's a 12, which would be a hit with a raise.
Okay. And I get +6 to damage as well?
That's right.
Let's see. I'll Benny that as well.
That's 22 damage.
Yep, guess I'm taking the 22. I thought I was going to explode on something.
Alright. Well, alright. So, yeah, you come in, and the thing is, like, skittering around, and as it kind of looks away, it comes and it sees you just at the last moment, and you, with the serrated aim, come in and almost chop its heads off before it can even make a sound. But as you're coming down, you can feel the heat around it, and you're fortunate because you only are around it for just one quick second as you chop its head off, and the heat sort of dissipates as it dies. You did it very quietly, though. Give me one more stealth roll. We'll see how quietly you did it. I think very quietly.
Yep.
Actually, not quietly enough.
Oh, do I need to spend a penny here?
I don't know how much more quietly you can be.
Not apparently.
So, even with all that, like, everything else just sort of, they all sort of turn, and now they're not any immediately next to you, but you can see that the others sort of like flick their heads up in that sort of animalistic way, and their tongues come out. So they don't immediately look at you, but they're aware something sort of just happened. So you have a moment to react.
Okay, I know what I want to do. I'm just reading something.
You have an action. So they tied your stealth roll, so they are aware of you.
Okay, I have just one action or one turn of actions?
One turn of actions.
Okay, I'm going to speed to myself and sloth on them.
Alright. Now, you're not going to be able to hit all of them. You're going to be able to hit like 3 out of the 3 left. Because they're like spread
2 out of the 3 left?
Yep.
Okay.
Like they're spread out, right? So you're going to be able to hit a group of them.
I'm going to speed to myself first, then sloth on them.
Yep, I got you.
Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna speed for myself, and then second action is pick this dead thing up and run.
Okay.
So let me get you the roll.
Mm-hmm. So this would be at a -2 if you're running. So that is a fail. You would want to re-roll that.
Okay, let me get that.
Unless you're not going to run, basically.
Well, so let me see this. Okay, yeah, it's only with a raise would I get the no -2 to running. All right, so yeah, I'll use my reroll just because I get it for free. Hey. All right, so no -2. I'm gonna pick him up and just boogie on out to my horse.
Well, now you can run. Like, so we'd have to declare I'm not running, right? And then like now that after the fact you get everything for free, it would be like, okay, now I'm gonna run because you get it for free.
Gotcha. Yeah, I think that was kind of the intent, but
yeah, but well, you don't know you're getting it for free, so you have to pay the penalty, right? Before you do everything. All right.
Gotcha.
So how fast do you move?
My pace and my run roll are doubled. So my pace is standard is 5, and then my run is whatever I roll doubled.
So you're at a 10 pace?
10 pace plus double d6, so...
Okay. Give me the d6 out of curiosity.
So I'm at 18 pace.
Alright. So we are in a chase that I think you're going to win, but let's see what happens. And where are you, Mr. Utah? Or Mr. Lodgkins?
I don't know. Oh, here he is.
And you start right here. And with your crazy movement, you're going to start 2 ahead.
And my objective is to get to the end?
Yes. Which is very likely that you will, but we'll see.
Okay.
And now we're going to deal normal cards. So I'm going to use everything in the card drawing system here because I don't have a camera up. It's a 54 card deck. Draw 3 cards. The first card is yours. And you get an extra card. So you get either you want to keep a jack, I assume.
Sure. Yeah, just always give me the best one.
Yeah, weird. Alright, so you get to act first. So give me an athletics roll. That represents your free action of running. Alright. So you're gonna just be able to move. What was it? You got like a raise too, so you're gonna be able to move 2 cards. Yeah, we don't need to finish out this scenario. You're gonna be able to outpace these Scorchers, no problem, with your crazy.
Yeah, because the next thing coming is Sloth on them, which halves their movement speed.
Yeah, this seems like a good move. So, good work. Well done. Barely an inconvenience.
Super easy.
So, alright.
Wow. Wow.
All right, so you're able to get back to your horse. You quickly untie it. The problem is, as around your horse, you're noticing even more of these things. And you're going to run into a problem of 6 more of these things are starting to surround your horse. They're not on your horse, but you can see them. So you're going to need to quickly get onto your horse and start going.
Okay.
So basically, they're going to interject about right here.
Ah, okay.
So actually, yeah, I was going to say, because they actually patrol the surrounding area, so we can ignore the ones that you completely left at the mine.
That makes sense.
So they have a pace of 8, but they also will run at you. Wait, pace of 8? That's not how running works. And they both get D6s. So they will actually catch up to you. Well, you could actually cast Sloth on these things. So take your actual turn.
Okay, so my turn is speed in the horse, Sloth on them.
Alright, so do that.
Speed in the horse, and I take no penalties here.
Yeah, and they are grouped together. You can Sloth them.
Okay, that's speed in the horse. Does horse has speed with a raise?
Mm-hmm.
And should be good for Sloth on them, but I'm going to take my free roll.
What does Sloth do exactly?
I'll read it. It's half their movement speed.
Half their movement speed? Alright.
Yeah, half their pace.
And that's it? It's on the raise that they can't do more than one thing?
Yeah, on a raise, it's an action to move.
Okay. 6. So yeah, they're able to just sort of catch up. Well, not catch up. So, alright. So the next turn will be purely on if they can go before you. So the next turn will be you if you can get on. The next turn will be you getting on your horse and getting the hell out of here.
Yep. So what's my card?
7 of spades or 2 of diamonds.
Okay.
I recommend. I recommend the 2 of spades. We're about to find out. An ace of spades and a 10 of hearts.
Oh, because there's 2 of them. All right.
Yep.
I'm gonna stack the deck.
All right, so they're coming in on you.
All right, I'm gonna play Shaking in their boots.
That seems like a very good card to play. So tell me, what is the thing that terrifies everything, including your horse, but whatever.
I'm gonna hold up the dead lizard head that I'm still carrying,
Mm-hmm.
and just give like a big war cry.
All right, and for whatever reason, these animals see it, and at the same time, your Ukatena thing and your war club sort of like lights up and gives a glow on everything while you're giving your war cry, and it just like showers everything, and your horse sort of rears up, but you tied it off so it can't run off, right? You tied it to the post, but even it bucks up, right? And everything is terrified. So, Spirit of an 8 though, not wild cards. All right, so only one set of these. So one of them are just clearly like freaking out and won't come near, but another group sort of like they're like let out a hiss and come right at you. And so they don't really need, actually they do need a running die, but they get it. Come right at you and surround you. Now you have block, right? So they're not
Yes.
going to get, they're going to get a diminished amount of gang up because there's going to be 3 of them around you.
Yeah, my parry is up by 1 and their gang up is reduced by 1.
All right.
So my parry is 9 right now.
All right. All right, so the first one's going to take an attack at you. All right, and they just sort of like completely just like frenzied claws and bites and nips at you and nothing happens. But this one, what's your parry at?
9 currently.
All right, so one of them kind of gets through on you. And a bite comes in. That doesn't seem to hurt you, though.
I have a toughness of 8.
That's right. So you're able to sort of still block it, like come in on the war club. And then the last one here. Oh, a 9 still hits you. 16. So again,
Big yikes.
all right. So that's one of its bites coming in, and it's coming in real hard.
I believe that wounds me.
Oh yeah. All right. So. All right, you do not catch fire though from the intense heat coming
That's
in.
good.
That seems pretty good.
That is not greater than my toughness.
All right, so you're good, but you are shaken.
Yep, I'm shaking with a wound.
So give me something to unshake. So they're just sort of surrounding you.
Ooh, now I can take my free spear reroll because it's not
That's
a Benny,
true.
right?
Yep, not a crit fail. Barely an inconvenience.
Easy, boys.
Right, so you see all these things coming at you. What would you like to do?
Now is my path blocked with the horse?
Nope, they're coming behind you.
Okay, we're gonna run
You have
with
a
the
clear
horse.
shot to the horse. So give me an athletics to get out of here.
Okay, and then I'd like to heal myself as well.
Okay.
So I'm gonna heal myself first.
All right. How many power points? You've sunk a lot of power points.
I actually have to calculate that real quick. Because I did speed in the horse, and so I'd have 9 before I do this healing roll.
And you did
healing
sloth
is
on them, too.
3. Yeah. Oh, right. How many of them were there? 3?
There was 6.
6. Okay. I am out of power points.
Okay.
But I will get this heal off.
Well, you're out of power points unless you want to sink into that crystal.
Oh, that's true. But
You don't need to yet, right? It's a free action. It
not
is
yet.
literally a Benny.
Yeah. So
With
I
the
do heal
cost of a
myself.
wind. It'll cost you a fatigue if you did, but yes.
Yeah. And then here's my athletics.
And this is free. So yeah, you get away.
Okay.
Yeah, this is you getting to your horse. You don't need a riding, right? You're able to unhitch your horse, and this is the last little bit. Now, they're going to take swipes at you as you leave.
That makes sense.
That's not going to get past you. That is going to ace, though.
Oof.
And that will also hit. What's your parry?
Parry of 9.
9? All right, so they both hit. So another chomp on your flank. So that one is going to what? Hit?
Shake.
Shake. So that's another d6 to see if you catch fire. Safe.
That's
And-
only 6.
Yep. A 5 or a 6. and then another one rakes its claws across your back as you're leaving.
Okay, that's still just so it's a wound.
Yep. But that's it. That's your parting shot.
All right. Ow.
But you're able to unhitch your horse and get away, as these things are very much, almost supernaturally slowed and trying to catch up to you with your preternatural speed.
Yeah. Alright, so I'm actually going to draw into that thing to get some power points and take the fatigue to heal myself.
Alright.
Since fatigue is easier to heal than a wound.
Alright, do that. So you start flying away from the scene.
Alright, that's a pass, so that's all I needed.
And it would have been modified by your wound.
It was accounted in for that.
That would have been a 4. No, because remember, when you're healing someone, it's modified by their wounds.
Oh, okay. So
it would have been another -1, but nonetheless, that's still a pass and would heal your wound. So you succeed.
I'm actually going to take my free roll, see if I can heal my fatigue as well.
Healing doesn't heal fatigue.
I believe you can with it.
There is actually a healing spell for healing fatigue.
Okay, yeah, you're right. But ailments is different than neutralized poison.
There is actually a healing spell for fatigue. That's the reason I know that.
Yeah. Alright, well, I'm just happy with no wound.
That seems like a pretty good thing to be happy with. So yeah, you're able to, and it's pitch dark, right? But you're able to at least get away for just a little bit into a direction that you already knew, because you already knew the approach. But eventually, you're going to need some sort of light.
Okay.
But you get away enough, right? Your horse is super fast for a little bit, right? And you just get away. Yeah.
Alright, let me get you, let me see if I can use the stars to discern east, because we were west of this place, right?
Southwest.
Okay, so I'm going to try to navigate northeast using the stars.
Alright, give me a survival. Alright, yeah, I mean, you generally know where you're headed. The key is not having your horse trip and break a leg in the middle of darkness.
Yeah, I'll light a torch.
Yeah, so you're going to be good. As long as you have some light, you're going to be good. And you will be able to make your way back to town. So
cool.
Yep. And this one.
As it is dark, I'm gonna wrap the lizard in some hides or whatever that we have back at the tent, and kind of just stock it outside of the tent so that it doesn't stink up the tent. Sure. And then I'll go ahead, rest until morning, and then I'm gonna go bring this thing to Joseph.
Sure.
And resting should get rid of my fatigue, right?
Yeah. Oh, I see your relic already came in handy.
Yeah, it's pretty nice.
Not bad, killing a Uktena. So, all right.
Well, I one-shot it, right?
All right.
John. That was John that did.
No, you did. You used your ace card, threw your spear in
right.
heart.
Hey, what if I wanted accuracy corrector?
All right, so on Tuesday, you wake up, and other people doing other things, unknown thing, are there, or not. Who knows? So you want to wake up and head over to...
Yeah, I'm going to talk to Utah about a scar. We'll do that after I talk to Joseph, though.
Okay. So you're just going to bring this salamander head thing.
I'm going to keep it wrapped so it doesn't draw too much attention, and I'm actually going to leave it at the back door of Joseph's office, and I'll knock on the back door.
But he'll kind of open it up with a gun, basically pointed, and be like, "What are you doing back here?"
I don't want to bring this to their front door.
Bring what?
Take a look inside.
And he looks, and he goes, "What the hell is this?"
I'm not sure, but it's whatever's out at the Devil's Grove garden.
And he looks out, and he's like, he motions for you to come in, and
I'll cover it back up.
Yep. So he's like he brings you in, and like he can't. There's no real door to his office, but he walks out and talks to the clerks, and they go and basically tell all the white people to get the hell out and like close down the office for a while.
Like, give us the room.
Yep. So he's like, he asks you to sit down, and he motions for the clerk to come in, basically. And he's like, all right, tell me what you saw.
Yeah, I mean, I'll briefly go over the events. Like, I walked in, I sat down, and I observed for a while. I saw about 7 of these. They weren't appearing to interact with the ghost rock, but I guess they like the heat source. And I mean, most lizards come out at night, so that's not really unusual. But like, yeah, they were scattering. They started at the center and scattered out slowly, presumably looking for like food or whatever. My gut says they can, or actually, I know they can like sort of breathe fire, right?
Well, it's not that they just were hot. Period. So they never breathed fire, but being around them in general was hot.
Yeah, so I'll describe that to them, and like, I almost caught on fire a couple times, that kind of thing. So yeah, they're definitely dangerous. And they aren't slow either.
Yeah. So you relay this, and he just looked pretty worried, and you hear the sort of like the Sioux behind you just sort of like whisper and shock tones to themselves, and just like he's like, this is not what we need right now. And he's like, I don't know if I have the manpower to spare for this. He's like, I'm going to have to call in for more to deal specifically with this. I don't want to risk anyone's health. He's like, and he looks to the others. He's like, from now on, everyone is barred from coming anywhere near this area. We can't risk any more lives until we have the proper amount of braves to deal with this.
I'm going to ask him, like, is there any... has anybody, like, tried to stake claim? Like, any of the miners tried to stake a claim to that area?
He says, the white people always try and go out that far because they know that there was a lot of ghost rock from before, so they think they might get lucky again.
Okay. And how would it affect you and the Sioux by letting them mine the area?
It's like, well, it's still our hills. We still have a treaty. I take the treaty very seriously.
You could approve prospects for here, though, for that location, and let the white man deal with it. If you didn't want to yourself.
Like, I mean, I'm not here to sentence anyone else to death. I mean, the last thing we need is for a bunch of other people to get themselves killed.
That's true. Just a thought.
I mean, do you want to sentence a bunch of white people to their deaths?
No, but white people aren't defenseless.
Well, do you want to have them send out a bunch of guns and manpower? If all we need is for a few extra dead miners to show up there, and what happens? They might even blame us that we're just killing them.
I'll just like put my hand in, like, I see your point.
Mm-hmm. Everyone's on edge enough. Yep.
Yeah.
But he's like, no, but I thank you for this. This is direly important. I just don't know what we can do about it for the time being. But nonetheless, at least I know it's not rumor. Thank you.
No problem. Does he want anything else from me, or is he just like, you make it up?
No, he's like, I need some time with this. He's like, keep the writ. You're welcome to go into the Black Hills at any time you wish.
Okay. Let me know if you come up with a plan to deal with this or need any help.
I'll
give you time to think about it.
I might need you to, like, once I am able to form a party, I might need you to at least walk our braves through what you saw in more detail.
That sounds good.
So yeah, that's pretty much what he'll.
All right, and then I'll go back and try to do the heal into Utah's.
All right, you're Benny-less, so you want to try it now?
Yeah, I got a free reroll, right? There's no minuses to it.
No, there's no minuses. He's not wounded.
Yeah, it's just a roll, a faith
Yep.
roll.
You just need to succeed. You don't even need a raise. So yep, just don't fail.
Yeah. All right. Use all my power points. Hooray!
All right.
Barely
And
any
with that,
Europeans.
you see it takes an hour of your time, right? So you prepare him, you give him some peyote to calm his ass down because he's like, what?
Assuming this
No.
isn't, like me out doing this for the day.
Right. Yeah. Well, so he's also exhausted after this, right? But you are also, so this is your first time doing this. This will literally fatigue you to do a ritual to go above and beyond. So this will give you 2 fatigue points.
Okay, so I'm sleeping for the day.
Yeah. So this is your first time. This is not like spending it for a Benny. This is like drawing above and beyond to go above your power points. So the spell itself also notes that he's exhausted for an hour, but it takes an hour prep and you do all this other stuff.
Yeah, we're getting a day out of it for sure.
Yeah, but the scar sort of seals and creates new fresh tissue, and it's sort of pink for an hour after the ritual, and then sort of just fades away and flakes off. And you have removed his permanent or his major hindrance ugly.
Hell yeah.
So there you go. And it sounds, unless there's something else I guess we could do your little survey, or we can cover that.
We're gonna cover that next time, I think, because I might bring John or Utah with me.
Okay.
I'm gonna talk to both of them.
All right, sounds like a plan. So with that, I guess, yeah, we're good with our mini session. You're the only person to spend an action card, but I think you spent it pretty wisely.
Hey, everybody, be afraid.
I don't want to die.
Thank you for that.
So, cool. Excellent.